Chapter 2398. Ever since Duan Lingtian returned to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land and destroyed the inter-province transportation formation that the devil clans had set up in the lower province, many things had happened in the lower province. First, the devil clans discovered the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed and that the formation masters from the devil clans had been killed. Most of these formation grandmasters of the devil race had extraordinary backgrounds. Their deaths quickly alerted the forces behind them, and the bodiless celestials behind them were alerted as well. At the same time, a group of bodiless celestials from the human devil clan came out. Soon after, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans came out of their cultivation places in the land of exile and came to the Debussy subterranean. They worked together to forcefully open a space tunnel for the vanguard of the devil clans to enter the upper province. Powerful bodiless celestials could tear the space barrier between the Debussy subterranean and the upper province with their bare hands and travel freely between the lower and upper province. This was the case for Duan Lingtian. Currently, the long and narrow space rifts in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were created by the bodiless celestials from the devil clans. The group of monsters that came out from the space rifts were the vanguard of the devil clans. The vanguard of the devil clans that had entered the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Due to the appearance of the Seven Absolute sect and the strength of the dragons, the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land no longer had their attention on the devil clans. For this reason, when the vanguard of the devil clans entered the upper province, the people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land did not even have time to react, let alone prepare for it. In just a blink of an eye, the vanguard of the devil clans slaughtered the people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. The devil clans. They're from the devil clans. The devil clans are invading. The devil clans are invading. At this moment, the humans who were fleeing in all directions in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land could not help but cry out in panic. This was because they discovered that the devil clans were stronger than them. The strength of the devil clans was far stronger than them. Although there were some powerful humans among them, they were quickly overwhelmed by the devil clans. Compared to the unity of the devil clans, the humans were like a plate of loose sand. In just a month, 1/10 of the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land had already fallen. At the same time, everyone in the Dao Marshal Saint Land learned that the devil clans had invaded the upper province. Immediately, the entire world was shocked. The demons are invading? In the Seven Absolute sect's temporary encampment on a nameless snowy mountain in the northern region, the Oracle Man was shocked when he heard the news. Sect leader, didn't you say, before he returned to the upper province, he destroyed the cross-province teleportation formation that was almost completed in the lower province? How could this be? While the Oracle Man was still in shock, he received more news about the devil clan's invasion of the upper province. It seems like the bodiless celestials from the devil clan have made their move. If a bodiless celestial from the devil clans makes a move, I'm afraid the bodiless celestials from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land won't be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets remembered another very important matter. Not good. Most of the bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If they decide to fight the bodiless celestials from the devil clans here, we'll definitely be affected. Looks like I can only bring them to that hidden ice mountain valley. Lin Yun muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, the Oracle Man no longer hesitated. He brought Duan Si Ling, Gan Ruyen, and Qing Huo away from the nameless snowy mountain and headed to the Iceberg Valley where the Sword Saint Secret Zone was opened. After returning to the Iceberg Valley, the Oracle Man and the others built temporary wooden houses in the valley for them to live in and cultivate. In the following month, a lot of major events took place. First, a group of bodiless celestials from the devil clans in the lower province repaired the cross-province teleportation formation in the shortest time possible, so the devil clans could enter the upper province steadily. As soon as they entered the upper province, they began a massacre. Apart from that, many bodiless celestials from the devil clans came to the upper province and fought with the bodiless celestials there. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the bodiless celestials from the upper province were slightly weaker. This was because the devil clans were naturally bloodthirsty and aggressive. Many human bodiless celestials were killed. Many bodiless celestials from the devil clans were killed as well. However, in general, more human bodiless celestials were killed. At this moment, 2 announcements were made. The 2 announcements spread out in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, it also entered the ears of the old prophet. The devil clans have 1 month to leave the Tao Martial Saint Land and return to the land of exile. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan will come out and annihilate the devil clans. At that time, there'll be no turning back. If the devil clans don't leave the Tao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll be the enemy of the dragons. The Phoenix clan and the dragons made the announcements one after another. The Phoenix clan. The people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land could understand the strength of the dragons. After all, the dragons had shown their strength before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Not only did they have many bodiless celestials, but they even had 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As for the Phoenix clan, apart from the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land who knew the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the dragons, most people were unaware of this. For this reason, most people were skeptical of the announcement made by the Phoenix clan. It was only when the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land spread the news that everyone in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land learned about this. As it turned out, in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, not only was the Dragon clan strong, but the Phoenix clan was strong as well. The Phoenix clan was a powerful force that was not inferior to the Dragon clan. There were many bodiless celestials in the Phoenix clan as well. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan to be so strong as well. As it turns out, the strongest force in the Tao Martial Saint Land isn't Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. It's the dragons and the Phoenix clan that we thought were inferior to the 3 great sections. The dragons and the Phoenix clan have made their announcements. If the devil clans don't leave the Tao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll make their move. The devil clans are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Do you think they'll leave just because of the dragons and the Phoenix clan? Although the dragons and the Phoenix clan had made their announcements and asked the devil clans to leave the Tao Martial Saint Land within a month, not many people thought the devil clans would listen to them and leave. If the devil clans were afraid of the dragons and the Phoenix clan, why would they enter the Tao Martial Saint Land? Were they stupid? In fact, it was just as most people thought. The devil clans did not care about the dragons and the Phoenix clan's announcements at all. A month later, a large number of bodiless celestials appeared among the dragons and phoenixes. When these bodiless celestials appeared, the people from the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, including the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, were stunned. This was because the first batch of bodiless celestials sent out by the dragons and phoenixes were mostly the ancestors of the 3 great sections. Only then did they realize. It turned out that the 3 great sects had many loose immortal experts, but these loose immortal experts had all joined the dragons and phoenixes. Why? Why is that? Why would the loose immortals of Zoroastrianism seek refuge with the dragons and phoenixes? Why don't they stay in our Zhuangzi Buddhism and lead our Zhuangzi Buddhism to new glory? Instead, they are willing to be the dogs of the dragons and phoenixes, coming and going at their beck and call. The 3 great sects were in an uproar. They could not figure out why the ancestors of the 3 great sects who were at the level of itinerant immortals would join the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan and be willing to listen to the orders of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. Moreover, when the Devil clans invaded the upper province, they had taken the lead to fight for the dragons and phoenixes. They did not expect this at all. Now, It was not their wish for the itinerant immortal ancestors of the three great sects to come out and be cannon fodder, after all, who did not know that cannon fodder had a slim chance of survival. Under such circumstances, the ancestors of the three great sects had stepped forward, because if they were unwilling to fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. After all, the powerhouses of the dragons and phoenixes were not to be trifled with. If they did not fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. However, if they fought for the dragons and phoenixes, they would most likely die. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to choose the latter. In a secluded ice mountain valley in the northern region. Although I've heard from the sect leader that bodiless celestials from the three great sects would be captured by the dragons and phoenixes, I didn't expect there to be so many bodiless celestials in the three great sects. Although the old man of heavenly secrets was located in a remote place in the northern region, he was still very familiar with the situation outside. He was in charge of the information network of the Red Dust Progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect. Ever since Han Shuanai's master had died, he had temporarily taken over the Red Dust Progeny's information network. Once Han Shuanai returned from the Sword Saint secret zone, he would return the information network to Han Shuanai. Apart from that, it has been half a year since the sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder how much they've gained in the past 6 months? The Oracle Man was filled with curiosity when he thought about this. In the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone. As it turns out, this is not the Sword Saint secret zone, but the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Moreover, we're not the only ones who have entered this place. There are people from the other 4 mundane realms as well. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. Currently, both groups of people had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. Chapter 2399. However, who created this Beyond Heaven's secret zone? There's a celestial supreme treasure here. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal clear and flawless. From afar, it looked like a pool of spring water. It gave off a comfortable feeling. However, this ordinary-looking sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is inferior to the Jasper celestial sword, it's still a genuine celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first thing I obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would be a celestial sword. With this celestial sword, the strength of my attacks has surpassed the strength of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the celestial sword in his hand. However, the strongest person among the 2 groups of people is only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If there's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial among them, I might not even be able to keep this celestial sword. The celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand could be said to be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At that time, Duan Lingtian had met one of the groups of people and learned that they had found a treasure. For this reason, he had followed them and discovered that the celestial sword was a treasure. The treasure mentioned by those people was actually a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was another celestial supreme treasure, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian. However, if it was a celestial sword, it would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator, just like Feng Qingyang, since he had inherited the legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The weapon of a sword cultivator was a sword. A sword was like a second life to a sword cultivator. If the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although these words were a little extreme, they perfectly explain the position of a sword in a sword cultivator's heart. To a sword cultivator, his sword was as important as his life. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, a sword from the mundane realm, even a super saint weapon, would not be of any help to him. Only a sword that was a celestial supreme treasure or above would be of help to him. For this reason, When Duan Ling Tian discovered the treasure mentioned by those people was a celestial sword, he had already begun to think of a way to obtain it. He wanted to obtain the immortal sword. It just so happened that another group of people had arrived at this moment, and they wanted that immortal sword as well. It was even to the extent that they were in conflict with the group of people before them, and they even started fighting intensely without saying a single word at this moment. Duan Lingtian struck like lightning. As soon as he made his move, he was like the aureole behind the aureole, grabbing the immortal sword. After obtaining the immortal sword, Duan Lingtian did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stayed at the scene and observed the immortal sword in his hand. At this moment, the two groups of people had also stopped fighting. Their target was Duan Lingtian at the same time. After all, the reason they were fighting was because of the immortal sword. When they discovered the immortal sword was in the hands of a third party, there was no need for them to continue fighting since it would only benefit the third party. Good sword. When Duan Lingtian confirmed the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, the two groups of people made their moves. Moreover, they did not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian. Among the two groups of people, the two strongest were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. They were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. After the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by Duan Lingtian, the remaining people did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, there was only one person left. It was this person. After some questioning, Duan Lingtian finally realized that the immortal sword was not in the Sword Dao realm. Currently, he was not in the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Instead, he was in a place called the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was connected to 5 mundane realms. The mundane realm he was in was only one of the 5 mundane realms. Does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang didn't leave this place behind? Senior Feng Qingyang only managed to obtain a key for me. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also vaguely realized this. At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked the person about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. However, the person did not know anything. He only knew the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had existed for a very long time and would only open once every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only rely on myself in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Senior Feng Qingyang didn't take special care of me here. I'll have to rely on myself to find any fortuitous encounters and resolve any dangers I might encounter later on. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he could not help but feel a little heavy-hearted. Previously, he had thought that Duan Lingtian was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, since he was in the Sword Saint secret zone created by Senior Feng Qingyang. Even if there were any dangers in there, it would only serve to train him. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to obtain the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, at this moment, he realized there was a possibility. Perhaps there was no legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. After all, this was the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would put aside everything he was doing and enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Based on this, one could tell the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was not simple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian no longer thought the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on what I know, before Senior Feng Qingyang ascended, his strongest technique was the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The fact that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial must have something to do with the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps Senior Feng Qingyang had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. When Duan Lingtian first learned about the Sword Saint secret zone, he could not help but feel puzzled. The sovereign heart sword left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, had transcended the mundane realm. However, even if one completely comprehended the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one's strength would, at most, be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How was Senior Feng Qingyang able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. If Senior Feng Qingyang had any other means up his sleeves, that would be too ridiculous, right? Was he still human? However, now that he knew the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, he could not help but wonder. He could not help but speculate. Perhaps Senior Feng Qingyang had also entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. I didn't think there would be people from 4 mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone apart from the people around me. Moreover, there are many bodiless celestials among the people from the other mundane realms. Based on what the last person said before he was killed, there were at least 100 bodiless celestials from the mundane realm he was in. There were at least 100 bodiless celestials. When that person's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. Although he might be able to fight a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had obtained the celestial sword, however, who could say for sure among the 100 bodiless celestials? Was there anyone among them who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment? It was common knowledge that the body of a bodiless celestial was formed from the soul and the body's energy. The body's energy had to be stabilized by the soul at all times. For this reason, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to cast soul attacks as easily as they did in the past. After becoming a bodiless celestial, if one rashly cast a soul attack, one might die. This was unless one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. The so-called soul congregation embodiment was a dharma body that only those who were extremely skilled in soul techniques before becoming bodiless immortals would have a chance to cultivate after becoming bodiless immortals. Once one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, one would be able to cast soul attacks as they wished. There was no need to worry about dying if one rashly cast soul attacks like ordinary bodiless celestials. There are so many bodiless celestials. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 of them to have mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. If a bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to severely injure his soul before he could kill him. If it was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Perhaps his current strength was not bad. Chapter 2400. In other words, if it was a bodiless celestial who had not cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the celestial sword he had just obtained, he might even be able to defeat a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would pose a great threat to him if he could not kill them in time, let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked his servant, Chen Yiru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, how many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. According to Chen Yiru, he had never heard of any bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique were extremely rare. Naturally, it did not mean they did not exist. Even if Chen Yiru had not heard of them, it did not mean they did not exist. According to that person, there are more than 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Moreover, he said his mundane realm did not have the most people who have entered the beyond heaven's secret zone. In other words, there are many bodiless celestials from other mundane realms as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, there must be some who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique as well. It seems like I'll have to be more careful in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Apart from 8 tribulation bodiless celestials who pose a great threat to me, ordinary bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique are also a great threat to me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. He had thought only he and the people around him had entered the beyond heaven's secret zone. However, he didn't expect that there would be a group of people from the other 4 mundane realms aside from the people around him. Moreover, there was no lack of bodiless celestials who were as strong as Chen Yiru, or even stronger than him. I wonder how Tianwu, Xuanai, and Sandao are doing. Duan Lingtian didn't see the person who came in before him after passing through the black hole and arriving at this place. Even though he waited for a long time, he didn't see the person who came in after him. At that time, he knew that the people who had come here through the black hole had all been separated. Since then, he had embarked on a path of solitude. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone, nor did he encounter anything that attracted his attention. In half a year, the only thing he had obtained was an immortal sword. However, he was already very satisfied with this. After all, he had only been here for half a year. He still had 9.5 years left in the beyond heaven's secret zone. It was more than enough for him to continue searching for more treasures. If Senior Feng Qingyang really obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the beyond heaven's secret zone that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, I wonder what fortuitous encounter he obtained. If I'm able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the devil clans, let alone the Tao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes lit up again. They were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky that shone brightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make out that 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian took a good look at them. The only woman among the 4 of them was a young woman. In terms of appearance, although she could not compare to his 2 wives or Tianwu, her facial features were extremely delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and rosy, like the skin of a baby. It gave people a feeling that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. If this woman was on Earth in his past life, she would be able to make a living with her looks if she was an actress or broadcaster. The other 3 men were young men. One of them was tall and sturdy, giving off a rough feeling. However, his eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted luster. Clearly, he was not as rough as he looked on the surface. The other man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were dull and he gave off a dull vibe. The last man was well-built and handsome. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duan Lingtian. Whether it was the young woman, the muscular young man, or the dull young man, Duan Lingtian found them pleasing to the eye. Only the last young man, with a slightly handsome appearance and a strong figure, gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that he did not really like. Just by looking at his eyes, I can tell he's not a good person. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had been observing the young man's eyes. When the young man glanced at the young woman, his eyes were filled with lust. It was as though he could not wait to push her to the ground and ravage her on the spot. Moreover, when he looked at the muscular young man and the dull young man, there was a hint of arrogance and disdain in his eyes. It was as though he looked down on the 2 of them. There's someone over there. It seems like we'll have a new member in our small group. With 1 more person, it'll be safer for us to enter that place. Before the 4 of them got closer, Duan Lingtian heard the muscular young man's words. At this moment, the muscular young man was looking at him as he spoke to his companions. If he joins us, we'll have 5 people. 5 people should be enough, right? At this moment, the young woman was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were shining. Zhang Yi Rongbo, what do you think? The muscular young man looked at the dull young man and the last young man and asked. Agreed. The dull young man nodded. He was a man of few words. I don't care, as long as he doesn't drag us down. The last young man's gaze was mostly on the young woman beside him. After he glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was in the distance, he shrugged indifferently. Of course, even if he drags us down and encounters danger, I won't save him. Rongbo. When the muscular young man heard the young man's words, he frowned. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll naturally have to help him. You're going overboard with your words. Overboard. The young man, Rongbo, smiled disdainfully when he heard the sturdy young man's words. Let alone him. Even if it's Zhang Yi or you, Wang Shi, I won't save you if you encounter any danger in that place. The young man, who was Rongbo, said with a disdainful smile. The most I can do is help Lu Xia a little. Rongbo continued to look at the young woman next to him when he reached the end of his sentence. The young woman, Lu Xia, frowned. However, she did not say anything in the end. Hearing Rongbo's words, Wang Shi frowned. Even the dull Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown for a moment. After a while, he relaxed his brows. However, both of them did not say anything in the end. It was as though they had the same concerns as Lu Xia. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Shi took a deep breath and ignored Rongbo. After he finished speaking, he flew toward the purple figure in the distance. I've changed my mind. If this gigolo's cultivation base isn't at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't let him join us. When Zhang Yi and Lu Xia followed Wang Shi, Rongbo also caught up with them and said at the same time, I'm not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage either. Lu Xia said with a frown on her face, You're a woman, but he's not. Rongbo looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light flashed through them. This young man is called Rongbo. I don't think I've offended him, right? Not only did Duan Lingtian hear the conversation between the 4 people, but he also saw the cold glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. He was puzzled. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any interaction with Rongbo at all. Why was Rongbo picking on him? Hello, I'm Lu Xia. At the same time, the group of 4 arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. The young woman took the lead and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was tall, had an outstanding bearing, and was handsome. He was much more handsome than the other 3 young men beside Lu Xia. For this reason, she had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's perfect appearance, and she had a good impression of him. I see. When Lu Xia took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian noticed a hint of jealousy in Rongbo's eyes. As it turned out, Rongbo was jealous of Lu Xia's friendliness toward him. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know these 4 people were from the other 4 mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Even if these 4 people were from the same mundane realm as him, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Duan Lingtian, Wang Shi, and I discovered a place a month ago. We're certain there's something good there. However, due to our limited strength, we decided to look for a few more companions to explore the place. First, we found Zhang Yi, then we found Rongbo currently. Rongbo is the strongest among the 4 of us. He's an eminent celestial. As soon as Lu Xia finished speaking, Rongbo raised his head arrogantly and looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Chapter 2401. Rongbo, that's enough. Lu Xia frowned as she looked at Rongbo coldly. She said in a deep voice, You've always been arrogant and domineering just because you're an eminent celestial. We've tolerated it. However, now that there's going to be another member of our group, You're trying to stop him from joining us. If you don't want to go to that place and want to leave, we won't stop you. Lu Xia's tone became increasingly unfriendly as she spoke. Lu Xia, you. Rongbo looked at Lu Xia in disbelief. He was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect this. Lu Xia would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo whose strength was unknown. Is this what you want as well? You want me, an eminent celestial, to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Rongbo took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he looked at Wang Shi and Zhang Yi. Humph! Wang Shi snorted and said, I respect Lu Xia's decision. You. Rongbo suppressed his anger with great difficulty, but because of Wang Shi's words, his anger soared again. Then he looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, what about you? I respect their decision. Although Zhang Yi was slow to speak and was usually a man of few words, when Rongbo asked him about it, he was very generous and said a whole 8 words. Zhang Yi and Wang Shi had long been displeased with Rongbo's arrogance. However, Rongbo was the only eminent celestial in their group. With an eminent celestial around, they would be able to avoid many dangers if they ventured into that place. They did not want to lose such a powerful ally unless they had no other choice. However, Rongbo's unreasonable behavior again and again made them feel bitterly disappointed. Now that Lu Xia had taken the lead, they naturally vented all the resentment they had for Rongbo in their hearts without holding anything back. Rongbo was so angry that his body trembled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect Lu Xia would be so stubborn. He did not expect Lu Xia and the other 2 would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The place you're talking about. What is that place? Do you know what's inside? At this time, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Xia and asked curiously. Lu Xia shook her head. We don't know exactly what it is. However, there are many formations set up there. It seems like they're guarding something. According to the legend passed down from my sect, there must be treasures in the beyond heaven's secret zone that are guarded by formations. As she spoke, Lu Xia's eyes lit up, and her tone became excited. Good. I'll join you. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. After entering the beyond heaven's secret zone, he had obtained a celestial sword. At that time, there was a formation protecting the celestial sword. However, to Duan Lingtian, that formation was like a clay chicken that couldn't withstand a single blow, and it was easily destroyed by him. After hearing Lu Xia's words, Duan Lingtian realized that Lu Xia was right. There was a high chance that there was something good in the place Lu Xia had mentioned. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel tempted. However, he knew very well that if he did not join Lu Xia's group, he would never be able to find the place. For this reason, he would have to join Lu Xia's group if he wanted to go there. Apart from Rongbo, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Lu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi. At the very least, he felt the 3 of them could get along well. Congratulations on joining us, Brother Lingtian. Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian enthusiastically and asked, Brother Lingtian, you don't seem old, and you don't have the aura of a bodiless celestial. I'm sure you're not even 100 years old like us. May I know what's your cultivation base, Brother Lingtian? Brother Lingtian, please don't misunderstand. I just want to know how strong you are. Even if your cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you can still join our group. One could enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, even if one's cultivation base was not at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, if one's cultivation base was below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, entering the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone was equivalent to suicide. For this reason, it was rare for people below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Lu Xia and Zhang Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking. Even Rongbo didn't leave, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a ridiculing smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and he seemed to want to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. As soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Lu Xia, Zhang Yi, and Rong Bo shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Boom! At this moment, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was Duan Lingtian's saint origin. Duan Lingtian's saint origin surged out of his body. Apart from that, there was also an oppressive force. That force was none other than the celestial origin energy. He's an eminent celestial. Wang Shi's jaw dropped in shock. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The feeling of pity in his heart disappeared at this moment. The trace of pity in his heart was because he also supported Lu Xia's decision to let Rongbo leave. Although Rongbo was not a good person, he was still an eminent celestial. It would be a great loss for them if he left the group. For this reason, he felt pity for Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial, he felt it was a pity. After one eminent celestial left, another eminent celestial came. Moreover, this new eminent celestial had a good temper. It was much better than Rongbo's. Why, you're an eminent celestial. Lu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise when she regained her senses. She did not expect a random person she met along the way would be an eminent celestial. Even the usually stoic Zhang Yi could not help but smile at this moment. Only Rongbo's expression was grim. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as if the violet-clothed young man called Duan Lingtian had raised his hand and given him a series of slaps. Rongbo! At this moment, Wang Shi looked at Rongbo and said indifferently, "Now, Brother Lingtian has proven his strength and completely satisfied your request. Now, do you want to leave? Or do you want to stay and explore that place with us?" Now that there was another eminent celestial in the small group, Wang Shi's confidence was boosted. If Rongbo chose to leave, although he would still feel that it was a pity, it would not be as pitiful as before. If Rongbo chose to stay, everyone would be happy. With two eminent celestials around, it would be easier for them to explore that place. Humph! Rongbo snorted coldly and stood still, and his actions were undoubtedly telling Wang Shi, "You're right. He did not intend to leave." Lu Xia frowned, although she wanted Rongbo to leave from the bottom of her heart. Since Wang Shi had spoken, she didn't say anything more. Now there are 5 of us, 2 eminent celestials, 2 at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wang Shi glanced at the others, his eyes sparkling as he said, "With our strength, we should be able to go deep into that place and explore." After he finished speaking, he began to lead the way. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Muro realm, right? Lu Xia asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian along the way. Wang Shi, Zhang Yi, and Rongbo could not help but perk up their ears when they heard Lu Xia's question. It was obvious they wanted to hear Duan Lingtian's answer as well. Muro realm. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Why do you ask that?" "Because the 4 of us are from 3 different mundane realms. The people entering the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone this time are from 5 different mundane realms," Lu Xia said slowly. "Among the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 large mundane realms, including the 3 mundane realms we're from. Since you're an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for us not to have heard of you if you're from one of the 3 mundane realms. Eminent celestials who are not even 100 years old were extremely rare even in the large mundane realms. For this reason, I'm guessing you're from the large mundane realm, the Muro realm," Lu Xia said in one breath. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. However, he shook his head and said, "I'm not from the Muro realm. I'm from the Saint Province realm." The Saint Province realm was what the devil clans called the Dao Martial Saint Land when Duan Lingtian was in the Debussy subterranean. The Saint Province realm? That small mundane realm? Lu Xia's eyes widened as she stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How's this possible? How's it possible for an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old to appear in that small mundane realm that lacks cultivation resources? Brother Lingtian, aren't you a little too freakish? Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian in shock as he said, As far as I know, out of all the people who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the past, only one person became an eminent celestial before the age of 100. Chapter 2402. Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wang Shi's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so famous. Even Wang Shi, who came from another mundane realm, knew about Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on this, it was clear that Feng Qingyang's reputation was not just limited to the Saint Province realm. Even in other mundane realms, Senior Feng Qingyang's name was widely known. Speaking of Feng Qingyang, it said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial appeared when the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. It seems like the inheritance was obtained by Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, Lu Xia said. Wang Shi nodded. Yes, it was obtained by him. A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Shi's eyes as he said, I wonder if the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial will appear when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens this time. It said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by several great overarching golden celestials. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a deeper understanding. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I came from, great overarching golden celestials seemed to be the best among the celestials. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the conversation between Lu Xia and Wang Shi. However, he still could not help but ask, Wang Shi, what's a great overarching golden celestial? Brother Lingtian, you've entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, but you don't know about great overarching golden celestials? Wang Shi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he said, Great overarching golden celestials are the best among the celestials. Even in the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials are well-known powerhouses. It's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a realm created by a few great overarching golden celestials. The best treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is the inheritance left behind by the great overarching golden celestials. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial was obtained by Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. As he finished speaking, Wang Shi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked, but at the same time he confirmed his previous guess. Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, allowing him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, even though he was only an eminent celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter, he did not know what it was. However, after listening to Wang Shi's words, the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. He realized he had guessed correctly. Humph! Country bumpkin! Rong Bo scoffed mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian did not even know what a great overarching golden celestial was. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Rong Bo's words. A frown appeared on his face. Did Rong Bo really think he was a pushover? Rong Bo, watch your mouth. At this moment, Lu Xia opened her mouth and looked at Rong Bo angrily. Duan Lingtian didn't offend you, right? Why are you targeting him like this? We're a small group, and the most important thing for a group is unity. If you don't want to accept him, you're free to leave. You're not welcome here. Lu Xia's tone turned gloomier when she reached the end of her sentence. Throughout the journey, she had been disgusted by Rongbo's unbridled gaze. However, she did not flare up because Rongbo was an eminent celestial, and she had to take the other two people into consideration. Now that they had an eminent celestial like Duan Ling Tian in their group, she no longer had to tolerate Rongbo like she did in the past. Duan Ling Tian was the reason why she was so confident. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? A hint of anger flashed in Rongbo's eyes when he heard Lu Xia's words. However, he did not flare up. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, killing intent surged in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. It was obvious he was venting his anger on Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, Rongbo could do whatever he wanted. He was the center of the group. Lu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi had to listen to him. No matter what he did, they had to swallow their anger. However, now that Duan Ling Tian had appeared, his position was no longer important, and he had become dispensable. How could he not be enraged by such a huge contrast? How could he not hate Duan Ling Tian, the person who started all this? Brother Ling Tian, Rongbo's temper is like this. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. He could see Duan Ling Tian was angry. Duan Ling Tian was initially angry. However, when Lu Xia and Wang Shi interjected, he shrugged indifferently. It's all right. If a dog barks at you, you can't just stomp it to death, right? Just ignore it. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi were stunned. Wang Shi could not help but smile wryly. Boy, who are you calling a dog? Rongbo asked angrily as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him. He did not even bat an eyelid, let alone look at Rongbo. All right, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so tense. Let's continue on our way. Otherwise, it'll be too late if someone else finds out about that place. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward again to smooth things over. The rest of the journey was rather peaceful. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian learned from Lu Xia that she was from the same world as Duan Ling Tian. She and Wang Shi came from the same mundane realm. It was a large mundane realm called Vast Cloud Realm. There were countless galaxies and planets in it. It was vast and boundless. Apart from that, Rongbo also came from a large mundane realm called the Skyline Realm. Rongbo was the most outstanding disciple of a powerful sect in that realm. He was one of the most influential figures among the younger generation in that realm. An eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old was as rare as a phoenix's feather in a large mundane realm. Naturally, Rongbo did not tell Duan Ling Tian about his origin. It was Lu Xia who told Duan Ling Tian about it. As for Zhang Yi, he's also from a large mundane realm. The mundane realm he's from is called Yanhuang Realm. Lu Xia said, Yanhuang Realm. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Xia's words. He immediately looked at Zhang Yi and asked, What's the matter? He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, the mundane realm you're from is called the Yanhuang Realm. Duan Ling Tian lost his composure when he heard Lu Xia's words. The reason he lost his composure was due to the name of the mundane realm Zhang Yi was in, Yanhuang Realm. After all, when he was still on Earth in his past life, the people in the country he was from were called the descendants of Yanhuang. Moreover, according to the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, the original name of Earth was planet Yanhuang. For this reason, when he heard Zhang Yi was from Yanhuang Realm, he immediately thought of Earth where he was from in his previous life. It was planet Yanhuang in the past. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling Yanhuang Realm had nothing to do with Earth. It was just a coincidence that they shared the same name. However, when he heard the name Yanhuang, he could not help but feel excited. Yes. Zhang Yi noticed Duan Ling Tian's loss of composure. Although Zhang Yi was a dull person, He was curious about Duan Lingtian's reaction. Duan Lingtian, have you heard of Yanhuang realm? Zhang Yi, have you heard of planet Yanhuang? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Yi as if he was trying everything he could. Although he did not have much hope, he could not help but ask Zhang Yi. Planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioning planet Yanhuang. Why, you're from the Saint Province realm, and yet you know about planet Yanhuang? To Zhang Yi, the three words, planet Yanhuang, were all too familiar. After all, the sect he belonged to was originally from planet Yanhuang. It was only later that they moved to the galaxy where they were now. There's a planet, Yanhuang, in Yanhuang realm? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Then he asked, "Can you tell me more about planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang realm?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to confirm if the planet Yanhuang that Zhang Yi mentioned was Earth from his past life. Of course, Zhang Yi did not know if it was because he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye, or the fact that Duan Lingtian mentioned planet Yanhuang that made him feel close to planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as before. Planet Yanhuang is one of the cultivation planets of Yanhuang realm. In our Yanhuang plane, there are only a few planets where cultivation originates. Currently, nearly half of the cultivators in Yanhuang realm possess legacies that can be traced back to planet Yanhuang. For this reason, the mundane realm we're in is known as the Yanhuang realm. Zhang Yi said patiently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. For example, the Celestial Masters sect that I'm in originated from planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi continued to explain. Celestial Masters sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He remembered there was such a sect in ancient myths and legends when he was still on Earth in his past life. Is the Celestial Masters sect's patriarch Zhang Daoling, Celestial Master Zhang? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already faintly realized something. Chapter 2403. You even know the name of our Celestial Masters, Sect's Patriarch? Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even in Yanhuang realm, apart from the disciples of the Celestial Masters sect, the most people knew about the Celestial Masters Sect's Patriarch was Zhang, Celestial Master. Very few people knew the name of their Celestial Masters sect. Even the disciples with lower positions in the Celestial Masters sect did not know the name of their Celestial Masters sect's patriarch. However, Duan Lingtian had revealed the name of their Celestial Masters sect's patriarch. Zhang Daoling. Gasp! Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Zhang Yi's confirmation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, revealing his complicated emotions. All this while, he had always wanted to return to Earth. In addition to seeking revenge on his agent from his previous life, he also wanted to return to Earth and live for a period of time. He wanted to do something for his country within the limits of his ability. However, he knew it would be difficult for him to return to Earth. According to the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and use the transporting formation between Devata realms to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After that, he would have to find a way to return to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to return to the mundane realm from the Devata realm. From then on, Duan Lingtian thought it might be possible for him to return to Earth, but it would be a long time before he could do so. At the very least, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm first. He did not expect he would be able to return to Earth after entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone before he ascended to a Devata realm. This was because the person in front of him was from the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was absent-minded, suddenly heard shouts. Only then did he realize that Wang Shi, Lucia, and Zhang Yi were all looking at him worriedly. Seeing that he had regained his senses, the three of them asked in unison, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just remembered something. Is the thing you remember related to the patriarch of our celestial master's sect? Zhang Yi asked. Even now, he still found it somewhat inconceivable. Duan Lingtian, a person from another mundane realm, actually knew the name of the patriarch of the celestial master's sect. The patriarch of your celestial master's sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know why Zhang Yi asked him that, because he didn't understand Zhang Yi's current mood. Is it not? Zhang Yi was stunned as well. Then he asked, Then, where did you learn the name of our celestial master's sect's patriarch? You should know that even the disciples of the celestial master's sect don't know the patriarch's name, let alone an outsider. You're not from the Yanhuang realm, but you're from the Saint Province realm. Can you tell me where you heard the name of our celestial master's sect's patriarch? Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as he used to be. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Naturally, he couldn't tell Zhang Yi about his past life since it was too shocking. For this reason, he casually came up with an excuse. I once came across a skeleton in the Saint Province realm. There was a stone tablet next to the skeleton that said he was a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect, and the patriarch of the Celestial Master's sect was called Zhang Dowling. Did he leave a message saying his name, or did he have a keepsake with him? Zhang Yi inhaled sharply as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Then he said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, I suspect the skeleton you're talking about belongs to a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect. It's highly possible that the Celestial Master's sect's disciple accidentally came to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. Name? Keepsake? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, based on what you're saying, people from Yanhuang realm can go to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opens. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a bright light flashed in the depth of his eyes. In fact, he was using this as an excuse to lead Zhang Yi to the Saint Province realm. When he realized the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was connected to Yanhuang realm, he could not help but think to himself, if he found the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from Yanhuang realm, would it mean that he could go to Yanhuang realm? Could he use that entrance to enter the Yanhuang realm and return to Earth? Of course. Zhang Yi nodded and said, as long as you can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from your Saint Province realm, not only people from Yanhuang realm, but even people from Vast Cloud realm and the other 2 mundane realms will be able to enter your Saint Province realm as well. If you can find the entrance to the other 4 mundane realms, you'll be able to enter the other 4 mundane realms as well. Zhang Yi's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he would be able to return to Earth before he ascended to a Devata realm. I can't even find the entrance to the Saint Province realm, let alone the entrance to the other mundane realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry about that. Wang Shi said at this moment, generally speaking, after 3 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, you'll be able to sense the entrance to the mundane realm you're in. As long as you follow your senses, you'll be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm. At that time, you can choose whether you want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone or return to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 years? Why is it 3 years? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. I'm not sure why it's 3 years. However, this is the rule of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's basically impossible to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone within 3 years, since you won't be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, if I want to go to another mundane realm, for example, the mundane realm you're in, I'll have to wait 3 years for you to lead the way? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wang Shi. Theoretically, yes. Wang Shi nodded. Of course, you don't necessarily need me to lead the way. For example, Most of us from the vast cloud realm have been in the beyond heaven's secret zone for half a year now. 2.5 years later, if you ask anyone from the vast cloud realm about the location of the entrance and exit to the vast cloud realm, they'll be able to point you in the right direction. At that time, you'll be able to find the entrance to the vast cloud realm and enter the vast cloud realm, Wang Shi explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Wang Shi's words. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself. In other words, after 2.5 years, as long as someone from the Yan Huang realm guides me in the direction of the entrance to the Yan Huang realm, I'll be able to find the entrance to the Yan Huang realm and enter the Yan Huang realm. Once I enter the Yan Huang realm, I'll have a chance to return to Earth. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. As they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian did not forget to ask Zhang Yi about the Yan Huang realm. Gradually, he gained a better understanding of the Yan Huang realm. Among them was the Yan Huang planet. As it turns out, Earth used to be one of the most dazzling cultivation planets in the Yan Huang realm. In the beginning, many powerhouses were born there. For example, the powerhouses in the ancient myths and legends in my previous life were born at that time. Later, the number of cultivators on Earth increased until the heaven and Earth spirit Qi dried up. At that time, the cultivators on Earth began to leave Earth and conquer the stars. They established their own orthodoxies and left their legacies in distant galaxies and planets that were rich in heaven and Earth spirit Qi. The large mundane realm where Earth is located, the Yan Huang realm, is almost boundless. There are countless galaxies and planets there. Duan Lingtian said, there are thousands of races in the universe, and cultivators compete with interstellar technology. The more Duan Lingtian learned about the Yan Huang realm, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and find the entrance to the Yan Huang realm. Currently, Earth was not the only thing that attracted him to the Yan Huang realm. Naturally, Earth was still the most attractive thing to him. Nothing could replace it. After all, it was his hometown. In fact, as long as it's a large mundane realm, it's almost the same as our Yan Huang realm. For example, the vast cloud realm where Wang Shi and Luxia are from, the skyline realm where Rongbo is from, and the Muro realm are the same. Zhang Yi said, large mundane realms usually had countless galaxies and planets. There were thousands of races in the universe, and there were fierce clashes between cultivation and technology. The Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was from is only a small mundane realm. In the eyes of people from large mundane realms, people from small mundane realms were no different from barbarians. This is similar to what Hua Lao told me before. After learning about the large mundane realms from Zhang Yi, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Chapter 2404. Duan Lingtian still remembered the words Hua Lao had said to Duan Lingtian back then. There are two types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that you came from in your past life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. Celestials from the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, so it's called a small mundane realm. This small mundane realm is made up of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast sea. There are very few kinds of creatures in this mundane realm. These were Hua Lao's words. He had explained the difference between a large mundane realm and a small mundane realm. This time, the people who had entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone had come from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from Duan Lingtian's Saint Province realm, which was a small mundane realm, the other 4 mundane realms were large mundane realms. One of the large mundane realms was the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Zhang Yi, there's a Saint Celestial stage in Yan Huang realm as well, Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi along the way. Previously, Elder Hua had told him that the division of cultivation bases on planet Yan Huang was different from the division of cultivation bases in the Saint Province realm. However, when Zhang Yi and the others had just arrived, they had mentioned the Saint Celestial stage again. Rong Bo, in particular, had said that if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be allowed to join them. Of course, Zhang Yi nodded before he continued to say, it said that a long time ago there was no such thing as a Saint Celestial stage in Yanhuang realm. However, for some reason, the division of cultivation in Yanhuang realm has been unified with the division of cultivation in the surrounding mundane realms. After unification, the Saint Celestial stage was created. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. For example, in the mundane realm where Wang Shi, Luxia, and Rongbo are from, the difference in cultivation base is the same as in the mundane realm where I'm from. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi continued. It's about the same. Duan Lingtian nodded. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, he also realized that Huolao was not lying to him. It was just that the division of cultivation levels in Yanhuang realm had changed later on. In another 2 hours, we'll reach the place Luxia and I found. After rushing for a while, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Shi's voice. Wang Shi said in a dignified tone, there are many formations set up in that place. Based on my observation and speculation, one of the formations is a formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering. In other words, loose immortals can't enter that place. Wang Shi's eyes lit up as he spoke. A formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering? Are you sure? Almost as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Rongbo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately looked at Wang Shi with a burning gaze. I'm sure. Wang Shi nodded. Before entering the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, I've heard that there are some places in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone that have formations set up to prevent bodiless celestials from entering. It's impossible for one's divine consciousness to enter those places since it originates from one's soul. The place Luxia and I found also repels divine consciousness. Our divine consciousness can't go near it at all. Wang Shi looked at Luxia when he finished speaking. That's right. Luxia nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow slightly when he discovered that Rongbo was a formation restriction. Rongbo's face began to tremble when he heard Wang Shi's confirmation that bodiless celestials were restricted from entering that place. His eyes, in particular, were shining with a terrifying light, as if there was some sort of peerless treasure in that place. Does Rongbo know something? Just when Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. Rongbo, do you know something? Rongbo's movements were too loud. Even Wang Shi and Luxia noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Shi couldn't help but frown and ask, if you know something, tell us so we can be prepared and reduce the casualties. It's nothing. After hearing Wang Shi's inquiry, Rongbo's emotions calmed down slightly. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, perfunctorily brushing Wang Shi off. As far as I know, at this moment, Zhang Yi said, in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, bodiless celestials are restricted from entering any place that contains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Rongbo's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He glared at Zhang Yi, clearly annoyed that Zhang Yi would reveal this. It should be noted that most people did not know about this. Only some of the powerful sects in the large, mundane realms knew about the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Bodiless celestials were restricted from entering any place that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Although Rongbo knew about this, he did not intend to reveal it. He did not expect Zhang Yi to know about it as well. Moreover, Zhang Yi had told him about it. He felt as though he had encountered a useless teammate. The inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia's eyes lit up. After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi, is this true? Wang Shi took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Yi. He wanted to confirm it with Zhang Yi. This legend has been passed down for generations in the Celestial Masters sect. It should be true. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Moreover, according to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he personally witnessed Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm entering a place where bodiless celestials are restricted. At that time, there were many bodiless celestials waiting outside. They wanted a share of the loot when Feng Qingyang and the others came out. However, after Feng Qingyang came out, a group of bodiless celestials were killed by Feng Qingyang. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Feng Qingyang after 10 moves. The words that the founder of our Celestial Masters sect passed down to our descendants also emphasize that it was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyang's sword. According to him, Feng Qingyang is only an eminent celestial because Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." Zhang Yi's words were reasonable and convincing. It was impossible not to believe him. After obtaining the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial, was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Wang Shi was dumbfounded, and so was Lu Xia. In the past, they had heard that a prodigious sword saint from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, had obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, they did not know that prodigious sword saint had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Now that Zhang Yi had told them about this, they were naturally shocked. "Rongbo! Did you know that the place Wang Shi mentioned might be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance?" After a while, Lu Xia seemed to have recalled something and looked at Rongbo with hostility. Swoosh! Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, Wang Shi turned around and looked at Rongbo with hostility. "It's just a possibility," Rongbo said indifferently. "In the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, a place with a formation that repels bodiless celestials might not necessarily be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance. Naturally, I can't say anything before I confirm it." "I think you just don't want to tell us," Lu Xia said angrily. Wang Shi's gaze turned even more hostile as he looked at Rongbo. At this moment, Zhang Yi added, "Generally speaking, places with restrictions that repel bodiless celestials would definitely have clues about the legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial, even if there's no legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. If we can obtain some clues, we'll be able to find the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No matter what, Wang Shi, the place you and Lu Xia found is not an ordinary place." Zhang Yi's words caused Rongbo to glare at him again. It was obvious Rongbo felt Zhang Yi was talking too much. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be a problem for me to surpass Senior Feng Qingyang. Let's continue on our journey," Duan Lingtian urged Wang Shi as he looked at him. Right now, he couldn't wait any longer, about 2 hours later. "We're here." Wang Shi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears, allowing them to realize they had arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look, and he noticed that there was a lush green mountain range beneath his feet. He was currently in the air above a canyon. The canyon was not small, but it was very narrow. Moreover, it was shrouded in layers of gray mist, making it difficult for him to see what was inside. Not only can I not use my divine consciousness, but I can't even extend it. Chapter 2405. That's the valley. Wang Shi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In fact, even if Wang Shi did not remind him, Duan Lingtian already knew that he was in the valley. The place Wang Shi was talking about was the valley beneath his feet. This was because there was a formation hidden in the valley that restricted his divine consciousness. He had already noticed this when he first arrived. With this formation, a bodiless celestial's soul won't be able to get close to it, let alone enter it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself as he looked down at the gorge that was covered by the dusky mist beneath his feet. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the faint sound of wind whistling in the air. They immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. They turned to look and saw a figure flying in the air. In the distance, a figure could be seen flying across the sky. However, this person's target was not them. Moreover, he seemed to be in a hurry and did not notice them at all. Let's go in. 5 of us should be enough. At this moment, Wang Shi repeatedly urged Duan Lingtian and the others. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not want another person to take a share of the loot. Naturally, he did not want another person to share the spoils of war with him, because Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial who had just joined them. In his opinion, 2 eminent celestials were more than enough to enter the place where bodiless celestials were restricted. All right. Duan Lingtian, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi nodded in unison after they understood Wang Shi's words. Their robes fluttered in the wind as they prepared to follow Wang Shi into the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Wait! However, just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to make their move, Rongbo did not move. Instead, he called out to them. Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, a voice rang in the air. Feng Man! Rongbo raised his voice as he looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. When Rongbo called out Feng Man's name, the figure in the distance suddenly came to a halt. Then he looked in the direction where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing before he rushed over as quickly as he could. Swoosh! 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 Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, no matter how slow they were, they could not help but realize this person was a person. Rongbo knew this person. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. He was not affected by Rongbo's action of calling the passerby over. Rongbo, what are you doing here? At this moment, a passerby had also arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. However, he did not look at Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he looked at Rongbo and asked in a familiar tone. They really know each other. When Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi heard Rongbo calling out Feng Man's name, they guessed Rongbo knew the person. However, when they saw the person greeting Rongbo so familiarly, their hearts trembled slightly. This was because they knew another person had come to share the loot with them. Moreover, this person was someone Rongbo knew. Feng Man, try to use your divine consciousness to explore the canyon below. Rongbo did not reply to the person directly. The person who came was a young man with a medium build and an average appearance. However, from his pair of eyes that constantly flickered, it could be seen that this person was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. When the young man named Feng Man heard Rongbo's words, he instinctively mobilized his divine consciousness to investigate the canyon beneath his feet. However, he soon discovered something was amiss. In the vicinity of this canyon, there was no way for him to release his divine sense. It was as if there was a strong resistance in the unseen world that prevented him from releasing his consciousness. At this moment, a thought appeared in Feng Man's mind. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he'd already realized exactly what was within this gorge that was enshrouded in mist and restricted divine sense. In the beyond heaven's secret zone, Only places that contain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, or places that contained clues about the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, would have such a formation. The formation did not restrict one's divine consciousness, but it restricted one's soul. To be more precise, it restricted one's soul to bodiless celestials. In other words, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven's secret zone. It seems like you figured it out, Rongbo said indifferently. Haha. Feng Man laughed when he regained his senses. Rongbo, you're really lucky, aren't you? You've only been in the beyond heaven's secret zone for half a year, and you've already found such a good place. If there's an inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial here, won't we be rich? What do you think? Am I a good friend? Rongbo said with a smile. Good, good. Feng Man gave Rongbo a thumbs up before he said, No matter what, Rongbo, I owe you a favor for calling me over. If Rongbo had not called out to him earlier, he would have left long ago. At this moment, Feng Man had also noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. He frowned as he looked at Rongbo and said, Rongbo, with our strength, we're more than capable of entering this treasure vault that restricts entry to bodiless celestials. There's no need to bring so many people with us, right? When Feng Man reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and the others. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian and the others would try to take a share of the loot from Duan Lingtian and the others. I agree. There's no need to bring so many people with us. As soon as Feng Man finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously before he looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded in agreement. Rongbo! Wang Shi was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard Rongbo's words. What do you mean there's no need to bring so many people with us? Don't forget that if Lu Xia and I didn't find this place and bring you here, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. Now that we've arrived at this treasure vault that's suspected to contain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, you want to take it for yourself? Wang Shi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger when he spoke. It was as though he could burn everything in his path. Whether it was Feng Man or Wang Shi, both of them called the canyon beneath their feet a treasure vault. After all, they knew there was either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or clues related to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Such a place was definitely worthy of being called a treasure trove. Although Lu Xia did not say anything, her eyes were filled with anger as well as she looked at Rongbo. If she had known this would happen, she would have asked Rongbo to leave their group. So you're the ones who discovered this treasure vault. Feng Man nodded when he heard Wang Shi's words. Then he sent a voice transmission to Rongbo. Rongbo, how strong are the four of them? Can the two of us handle them? Based on Rongbo's reaction, he could tell Feng Man was not close to the four men. Among the four of them, one is an eminent celestial, two are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and one is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It won't be difficult for the two of us to deal with them. Rongbo replied through voice transmission. However, we can just kill the three men. As for the woman, we're not in a hurry to kill her. I want to kill her first before I kill her. When Rongbo reached the end of his voice transmission, he looked at Lu Xia with even more disdain. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian had joined their group, Rongbo did not dare to treat Lu Xia the way he did because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was also an eminent celestial. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian if Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi decided to help Duan Lingtian. Understood. Feng Man nodded when he heard Rongbo's voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three men again, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other three men felt a sense of danger. At this moment, Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake. Chills ran down their spines. Rongbo, do you think you can handle the four of us just because you have a helper? Wang Shi said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Rongbo. If it's just an ordinary helper. Naturally, I don't think we can handle all of you. Rongbo smiled. Unfortunately, all of you are unlucky. There are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in Skyline Realm, including me. Coincidentally, Feng Man is one of them. The smile on Rongbo's face widened when he finished speaking. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, swoosh, 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 be it Wang Shi, Lu Xia, or Zhang Yi, all of their expressions changed at the same time. They did not expect Feng Man to be so strong. They did not expect Feng Man to be an eminent celestial as well. In fact, there were not more than 10 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realms they were from. However, not only did a passerby from the mundane realm that Rongbo was from, but he was also an eminent celestial like Rongbo. 2 eminent celestials, Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi, felt as though their hearts had sunk to the bottom. If the other party was only an eminent celestial and a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the 3 of them and Duan Lingtian might still be able to defeat him even if he had comprehended heaven and earth to the extreme and was about to face the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, Chapter 2406. Now I'll give all of you a chance, just as Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi's hearts sank to the bottom. Rongbo looked at them and opened his mouth. As long as all of you kick Duan Lingtian out of this small group, I won't kill all of you. Don't worry. Even if all of you kick Duan Lingtian out of this small group, he won't be able to take revenge on all of you. This is because Feng Man and I will join forces to kill him. As he finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted an extremely cold light that was like a sword. Naturally, in his heart, he had already sentenced all 4 of them, including Duan Lingtian, to death. The reason he did this was because he wanted to let Duan Lingtian feel the feeling of being abandoned before he died. Even if Wang Shi and the other 2 asked Duan Lingtian to leave the small group, he did not intend to let them go. When Wang Shi and Lu Xia heard Rongbo's words, they could not help but feel conflicted. Rongbo's words were too harsh. However, when they thought about how Rongbo would kill them if they did not kick Duan Lingtian out of the small group, they could not help but feel frightened. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. If they could avoid death, they would not choose to die. What nonsense! Unlike Wang Shi and Lu Xia, who were conflicted, Zhang Yi calmly replied to Rongbo's threat. In other words, he was implying that he would not allow Duan Lingtian to leave their group. When Rongbo finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi. He saw Wang Shi and Lu Xia's hesitation and uncertainty. He saw Zhang Yi's determination in his eyes. When he saw Zhang Yi's reaction, he could not help but smile. Zhang Yi is a good person. He's worth befriending. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely acknowledged Zhang Yi as a person. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely help. However, Zhang Yi would never have thought that this would happen. Many years later, every time he thought of the decision he made at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Lucky that he made this decision. It was precisely because of this decision that he would be able to shine brightly with Duan Lingtian's help in the future. In the past, although his talent was not bad, he was not considered the best in the Celestial Masters sect. Many good things did not come to him. You're courting death. Zhang Yi's decision infuriated Rongbo. Rongbo narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. His celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Rongbo was enveloped by a flame-like Saint Qi, causing his momentum to soar. His aura had also locked onto Zhang Yi in an instant. Die! Suddenly, Rongbo let out a roar as his Saint Qi soared. causing his robes to bulge as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Boom! 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 The next moment, accompanied by a series of thunder-like sounds of breaking the air and air exploding, Rongbo's figure moved as if he had turned into a cannonball, shooting directly toward Zhang Yi. As soon as he made his move, he went for the kill. Whoosh! Zhang Yi didn't expect that Rongbo would attack him directly, causing his expression to change slightly. Pushing his Saint Qi, Zhang Yi's figure flickered as he tried to avoid Zhang Yi's attack. However, the moment he moved, he realized that Zhang Yi was already right in front of him before he could even move his body. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, Zhang Yi was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. However, even though he was in despair, he did not regret the decision he had made earlier, putting aside the fact that he already knew Rongbo would not let Duan Lingtian live regardless of whether he kicked him out of the group or not. Even if he did not see through Rongbo's intention, he was not the kind of person who would be forced by others to live. Just when Zhang Yi thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. Immediately after, a hand grabbed his shoulder and lifted him into the air, making him feel as if he was riding on the clouds and riding on the mist. Duan Lingtian? He did not need to think to know who had saved him. When the person who lifted him into the air stopped, he saw Duan Lingtian standing beside him. Duan Lingtian, thank you. You angered Rongbo because of me. You don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian smiled and shook his head in response to Zhang Yi's gratitude. How is this possible? At this moment, Rongbo, who missed his target, looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Your speed. How's it possible for you to be so fast? Although he did not use his movement martial tactic or divine ability earlier, Duan Lingtian was still fast. Even if he had used his movement martial tactic and divine ability, he still could not compare to Duan Lingtian's speed. You're really fast. Unknowingly, Feng Man had arrived beside Rongbo and was looking at Duan Lingtian from afar. Your speed is almost as fast as my full speed. However, you'll definitely die if Rongbo and I join forces today. Feng Man's eyes were filled with killing intent when he spoke. I almost forgot, Feng Man, you're good at speed. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, Rongbo knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Lingtian. Although he was also an eminent celestial like Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than his. Even if he could not defeat him, he would still be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that his expression was so unsightly earlier. However, when he heard Feng Man's words, he remembered he had a helper. Moreover, this helper was an eminent celestial who was good at speed. Duan Lingtian, so what if you've saved him? Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. You can't even protect yourself now, and yet you still have the time to care about other people's lives. Won't he still die after you die? In my opinion, you're just wasting your time. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard Rongbo's mocking words. It was as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. The smile on Rongbo's face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. Rongbo was thoroughly enraged. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Man, both of us will join forces and kill him. As long as we kill him, the treasure vault that contains the inheritance or clues of a great overarching golden celestial will belong to the two of us. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged again. His strength as an eminent celestial was completely revealed. All right. Feng Man's emotions surged when he heard Rongbo's words. He moved his hands, and a majestic energy coiled around his body like dragons, making him look like a god of war. Humph! Faced with Rongbo and Feng Man who were glaring at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian snorted. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked sparkling and translucent, as if it was a puddle of spring water. You're using a weapon? Don't you know that at our level of cultivation, weapons from the mundane realms are no longer of any help to us? Rongbo could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out a sword. To a bodiless celestial, weapons from the mundane realm were a burden. For eminent celestials, weapons from the mundane realms might not be a burden, but they were still dispensable. For this reason, Rongbo laughed disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out a sword. How do you know? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as soon as Rongbo finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 meridians. The saint origin energy that was mixed with celestial origin energy surged into Duan Lingtian's right hand that was holding the sword before it surged into the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. My sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Lingtian asked again as his saint origin energy surged into the sword in his hand. As Duan Lingtian's words soared up from the sword in his hand, a light that was like a scorching sun appeared. At the same time, it stung Rongbo and Feng Man's eyes as it continuously reverberated in their ears. How do you know my sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Lingtian's words rang in Rongbo and Feng Man's ears. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shone brightly like the sun emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. As soon as Rongbo and Feng Man sensed this aura, their expressions changed. A celestial supreme treasure. In the next moment, the two of them cried out in unison as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. The aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's sword was no longer the aura of a weapon from the mundane realm. This was because they sensed danger from the sword. It was impossible for a weapon from the mundane realm to possess such an aura. In that case, there was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian's sword was not a weapon from the mundane realm. It was a weapon from the Devata realms. Weapons from the Devata realms were also known as celestial supreme treasures. A celestial supreme treasure. Rongbo's and Feng Man's exclamations stunned Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia for a moment. Duan Lingtian, who had kept a low profile throughout their journey, actually possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Run. Chapter 2407. As eminent celestials, Rongbo and Feng Man knew the strength of eminent celestials very well. If they joined forces, they would be able to defeat an eminent celestial under normal circumstances. The reason it was said to be under normal circumstances was due to unusual circumstances. If he encountered an eminent celestial who had mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm or possessed a weapon from a Devata realm that was superior to a Devata realm's divine ability or weapon from a Devata realm, a celestial supreme treasure. However, their opponent, an eminent celestial, happened to possess a celestial supreme treasure. Under such circumstances, even if there were two more eminent celestials, they would not be able to defeat their opponent, let alone the two of them. If an eminent celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, his attack would be comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. If it was a high-grade celestial supreme treasure, his attack might even be stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Run. For this reason, when Rongbo and Feng Man realized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that looked like a pool of spring water was a celestial supreme treasure, they no longer had any intention of killing Duan Lingtian. Boom! Boom! Almost as soon as Rongbo and Feng Man thought of running away, their celestial origin energy and saint origin energy soared like two clouds, causing the void to tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, Rongbo and Feng Man moved and fled in two different directions at an extremely fast speed. Trying to escape? When he saw Rongbo and Feng Man fleeing, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a mocking smile that was neither fast nor slow. In the next moment, he let go of the celestial sword in his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! The brief whistling of the sword resounded, and it was like the sound of death when it entered the ears of everyone present. When Rongbo and Feng Man made their escape, Duan Lingtian cast the technique, the sword-wielding art, that was given to him by the third stage of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Although Duan Lingtian did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase the strength in his body, it was still not enough. Even so, with his strength as an eminent celestial, the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the celestial sword in his hand, he could easily unleash an attack that was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the air like a meteorite from outer space, and also like a flying immortal from outer space. The moment the sword was drawn, the entire world seemed to be overshadowed by it. It was as if the focus of the entire world was gathered on this sword. No! A mournful cry of despair rang out. It was Rongbo who heard the sound of a sword whistling behind him. He sensed danger and could not help but cry out. And this cry was destined to be the last sound he left in this world. Poochie! This was because, in the next moment, the sword that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky had already pierced through the back of his head and came out from between his eyebrows. It instantly crushed his soul, making it impossible for him to survive. Whoosh! After the immortal sword that tore through the sky as if it was assisted by the gods killed Rongbo, it continued to charge towards Feng Man at lightning speed. Run! Run! This was the only thought left in Feng Man's mind. Rongbo? However, when he heard Rongbo's scream that stopped abruptly, his face turned pale again. He faintly realized that Rongbo had most likely died. Damn it! Damn Rongbo! If you didn't call me, I wouldn't have come. Legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? If I knew there was such a malefic existence, I wouldn't have cared about it. At the same time, Feng Man began to curse Rongbo's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, and put all the blame on Rongbo. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. In the beginning, he had wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and the others, so that he and Rongbo could monopolize the inheritance or clues left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No. When Feng Man sensed the terrifying sword chi behind him, his hair stood on end. A look of despair appeared on his face. He could not help but cry out in unwillingness. Spurt! However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not escape death. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Man followed in Rongbo's footsteps. 2 eminent celestials were killed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian killing them was as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. Swoosh! When the scythe-like celestial sword returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It did not cross their minds at all. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who had kept a low profile and was approachable to possess such terrifying strength. He had killed 2 eminent celestials in just a blink of an eye. The eminent celestials who could enter the beyond heaven's secret zone were all below the age of 100. Even in the large mundane realms, they were considered peerless geniuses. However, Duan Lingtian had killed 2 eminent celestials in just one go. Rongbo said that there are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realm, the Skyline realm. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill 2 eminent celestials who were younger than 100 years old with just a swing of his sword. Zhang Yi was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, he's actually so strong? Lu Xia was shocked when she saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression on her face, she could clearly sense the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian. This aura was not only directed at her, but it was directed at Wang Shi as well. At this moment, Wang Shi could also sense Duan Lingtian's aura. He could not help but smile wryly. It seems like our hesitation has widened the gap between us and him. Wang Shi was filled with regret. However, he knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can only hope that Duan Lingtian will allow Lu Xia and me to enter the treasure vault that contains the inheritance from a great, overarching, golden celestial. Wang Shi was slightly anxious. He was not worried Duan Lingtian would kill them to prevent them from getting a share of the loot. Throughout their journey, he could tell what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian was the kind of person who would not attack unless he was attacked. Unless Wang Shi and Lu Xia wanted to harm him, Duan Lingtian would not attack them. However, Wang Shi was not certain. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was still willing to enter the treasure vault with them. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lu Xia apologized to Duan Lingtian with an embarrassed expression on her face. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. When Wang Shi saw Lu Xia apologizing to Duan Lingtian, he quickly followed suit and apologized as well. He only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be magnanimous and continue to explore the treasure vault with them. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Lu Xia and Wang Shi's apologies. He smiled faintly and said, Also, you don't have to worry. I'll still enter the treasure vault with you. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the misty valley beneath his feet. After all, if you didn't discover this place, I wouldn't have come here. I owe you a favor. Therefore, I'll do my best to help you once we enter the treasure vault. Duan Lingtian added. Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As a woman, Lu Xia could sense the distance between them from Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, she also knew that this was normal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was being very kind by doing this for them. She and Wang Shi did not expect Duan Lingtian to treat them the way he treated Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian. A hint of admiration could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he saw how kind Duan Lingtian was. However, he soon recalled something, and his expression turned solemn. I don't know about Feng Man, but Rongbo is an outstanding disciple from a powerful sect in the Skyline realm. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid the powerhouses in his sect already know about it. In fact, the mirror image of you killing him has most likely appeared in front of the powerhouses in his sect. A hint of worry could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Province realm was not the only small mundane realm that possessed something similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. In fact, in the large mundane realm where Zhang Yi and the others were from, there were few things similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. Some of the talismans could even be fused with one's body, making it impossible for others to detect or seize them. It's fine. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head with a smile. They don't know me anyway. So what if they know I killed Rongbo? Do you think they'll be able to find me in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? I'm afraid they'll find out about your origin through the people from the same mundane realm as you. Then they'll enter your mundane realm to seek revenge. Zhang Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice. Zhang Yi said with a fearful expression, Some people are capable of doing anything. Moreover, according to what Rongbo said earlier, he seems to be the nephew of the sect leader of the sect he belongs to. Chapter 2408. You don't have to worry about that. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In the mundane realm where I'm from, only a few of my fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, you don't have to worry about them guiding Rongbo's people to seek revenge on me. This time, only a few people from the Seven Absolute sect had managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Even if news of him killing Rongbo spread, the sect behind Bo might not be able to find him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, let alone learn about the location of the Saint Province realm through a member of the Seven Absolute sect. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhang Yi shocked, but even Wang Shi and Lu Xia were shocked as well. According to Duan Lingtian's words were true. In the mundane realm where he was from, only a few of his fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the mundane realm was the last one to appear and be used. Zhang Yi asked in surprise. I don't know if the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for my Saint Province realm was the last one to appear and be used. However, after the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was used, I managed to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone through the entrance that appeared. Duan Lingtian's attitude was completely different when he spoke to Zhang Yi. He did not hide anything from Zhang Yi. Although Wang Shi and Lu Xia were envious of Zhang Yi, they knew it was useless for them to be envious of Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had stood up for Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was in danger. That's right. Zhang Yi nodded. Before the last key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone appears and is used, even if the other 4 keys are used, only a sealed entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone will appear. Only when the last key appears will the seals on the entrances that appear after the other 4 keys are used be removed. Zhang Yi nodded. I see. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's confusion was immediately resolved. As it turned out, he was still wondering why he was able to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone as soon as he used the key. Could it be that the people from the other 4 mundane realms also used the keys to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone at the same time? Now, it seemed that the people from the other 4 mundane planes had already used the keys. It was just that before the last key was used, the entrance that they opened was temporarily sealed. No wonder so many people came from the other mundane realms. As it turns out, the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone have already appeared. Under such circumstances, as time goes by, more and more people will find out about the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. 1 person will spread to 10, 10 will spread to 100, and 100 will spread to 1,000. As for keeping secrets, they were nothing in the face of the river of time. For example, if someone discovered the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone or obtained the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, it would be impossible for them to escape. If the seal had not disappeared when they were about to ascend to a transcendent realm, they would have told their descendants about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. After all, it was best to keep the goodies within the family. As time went by, keeping secrets would become a joke in the face of the river of time. In fact, it was exactly as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Currently, the mundane realm with the most people entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was the mundane realm where the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was first used. As time went by, more and more people from the mundane realm learned about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. For this reason, as soon as they heard that the seal on the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had disappeared, they immediately rushed to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Let's go in. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Yi as he looked at the valley shrouded in fog beneath his feet. As for Wang Shi and Lu Xia, he did not look at them at all. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. He looked at Wang Shi and Lu Xia before he called out to them, Wang Shi, Lu Xia, let's go together. Wang Shi and Lu Xia were feeling awkward because Duan Lingtian did not invite them. When they heard Zhang Yi's words, they looked at Zhang Yi gratefully before they followed Duan Lingtian and descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 figures disappeared into the valley, shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others were entering the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, an old man who was traveling in the desert suddenly had a horrified expression on his face. Whoosh! The old man hastily stopped in his tracks and took out a few fragments from his bosom. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the fragments were a soul pearl. This is Rongbo's soul pearl. The old man's expression changed drastically. Who is it? Who dares to kill the most outstanding young disciple in the Yen sect? This old man was a bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm, where Rongbo was from. Apart from that, he was also a bodiless celestial from Li Yen sect. Although he and Rongbo were not related by blood, he was still a bodiless celestial. However, as a bodiless celestial of the Li Yen sect and an old ancestor of the Li Yen sect, he could not help but feel enraged when he learned that the most outstanding disciple of the Li Yen sect had been killed. After all, it was rare for a disciple as outstanding as Rongbo to appear in the Yen sect. However, Rongbo had been killed. At the same time, several people in other places in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone discovered Rongbo's soul pearl had shattered. Among these people, there were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. However, all of them were bodiless celestials from Li Yen sect in Skyline Realm. It's this purple-clad young man. At the same time, the strongest bodiless celestial from Li Yen sect, who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, saw a mirror image that was constantly changing. It was the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Rongbo. At this moment, the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yen sect deeply imprinted Duan Lingtian's face in his mind. A group of loose immortals from the Li Yen sect in the Skyline realm were enraged by Rongbo's death. They swore to find the person who killed Rongbo. Feng Man was killed. In the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, a group of bodiless celestials from the Skyline realm, or to be more precise, a group of bodiless celestials from another large sect in the Skyline realm, discovered that Feng Man's soul pearl had shattered. Similar to Rongbo, all the bodiless celestials from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone possessed Feng Man's soul pearl. However, the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect was the only one who was able to see Feng Man's death through the mirror image. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill a peerless genius from my sect? You'll definitely die. When the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect, who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, looked at the purple-clad young man in the mirror image, he let out a cold cry that seemed to come from the depths of hell. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the bodiless celestial from Li Yen's sect had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The strongest bodiless celestials from the two sects in Skyline Realm who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were watching him. Naturally, not to mention Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if Duan Lingtian knew, he would not care. It was just as he had said to Zhang Yi earlier. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone was so big that the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man might not be able to find him. Moreover, even if the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man knew he was from the Saint Province realm, they would not be able to find the entrance to the Saint Province realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian encountered the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man, would he be afraid of them? After all, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword in his hand. Moreover, this was only his current strength. Who dared to say that his strength would not improve further in the following period of time? Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Swoosh! A beautiful figure flew out from the desolate mountain. The moment she appeared, she seemed to cause everything around her to lose its splendor. The owner of this beautiful figure was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Although she looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, her aura was otherworldly, as though she was a celestial who had descended from the heavens. The woman had long black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was so perfect that one would not be able to look away. Her figure was graceful and perfect, and each of her movements gave people an extreme sense of beauty. What a beautiful woman! Whether it's her appearance, her figure, or her movements, they're all flawless. I wonder if she's from the Yan Huang realm? Not far away, there were two young men staring blankly at the woman flying through the air. After a short while, their eyes shone with a bright light again. It was a desire to possess her. Swoosh! Swoosh! A moment later, the two of them flew forward and blocked the woman's path. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone after Duan Lingtian. Kerr had been in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone for half a year. During this time, she had been searching everywhere for her husband, Duan Lingtian, and the members of the Seven Absolute sect. However, her search was to no avail. Seeing two young men suddenly appearing in her path and blocking her way, even Ku'er, who was known for her good temper, could not help but frown. She appeared to be a little impatient. Chapter 2409. Beautiful lady. One of the young men who blocked Kerr's path took the lead and said to Kerr, "The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone is filled with danger. The more people we have, the better. Coincidentally, the two of us are looking for a companion to support each other in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. What do you think, young lady?" Although the other young man did not speak, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Kerr. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in traveling with you." Although Ku'er's temper was good, her patience had long been exhausted in the past half a year. Therefore, when she opened her mouth, her tone was cold and unapproachable. The two young men were not surprised to hear Kerr's words. The young man who did not speak earlier looked at Kerr and asked, "May I know if you're from Yen Huang realm like us?" Naturally, the reason he asked this question was to get closer to her. In his opinion, if the woman in front of him was also from Yen Huang realm, he would be able to draw their relationship closer by saying that. Yen Huang realm. Over the past 6 months, although there were many people who tried to strike up a conversation with Ku-er and were rejected by her, there were also many who claimed to be from Yen Huang realm. This was the first time Ku-er had met someone who claimed to be from Yen Huang realm. The two young men's eyes lit up when they heard Ku-er muttering the words Yen Huang realm. "Do you know planet Yen Huang?" At this moment, Ku-er's voice was transmitted into the ears of the two young men. "Of course." One of the young men took the lead and said, "Planet Yen Huang is one of the cultivation planets in Yen Huang realm. Although my inheritance doesn't originate from planet Yen Huang, I've heard of it." "That's right. Planet Yen Huang is located at..." The other young man chimed in and told them everything he knew about planet Yen Huang. At this moment, they were almost certain the lady before them was from Yen Huang realm. If she wasn't from Yen Huang realm, why would she suddenly mention Yen Huang planet? After all, it was almost impossible for someone who was not from Yen Huang realm to know about planet Yen Huang. As for why the woman had asked about planet Yen Huang, they guessed that she wanted to confirm if they were really from Yen Huang realm. Their detailed narration was to prove that they were indeed from the Yen Huang realm. Alas, they did not expect this. The woman in front of them had asked about planet Yen Huang, not because she was from Yen Huang realm. It was because her husband, Duan Lingtian, had transmigrated from planet Yen Huang to the Saint Province realm. As the person closest to Duan Lingtian, Kerr had learned about his past life from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when she heard about Yen Huang realm, she could not help but ask about planet Yen Huang. Based on what they said, the planet Yen Huang they were talking about is indeed the planet Yen Huang, where Brother Tian lived in his previous life, which is also Earth. After listening to the two young men from Yen Huang realm, Kerr realized the planet Yen Huang they mentioned was Earth, where her husband was from in his past life. In other words, as long as I can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone from Yen Huang realm, I'll be able to enter Yen Huang realm and return to Earth, where Brother Tian was from in his past life. Kerr's heart skipped a beat when she thought about this. It had been half a year since Kerr entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. She knew she was not in the Sword Saint Secret Zone, but the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Apart from her and the people from the Seven Absolute sect, there were also people from 4 other mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. The other 4 mundane realms were all large mundane realms. Apart from that, she also knew the other 4 mundane realms each had an entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone that allowed people to freely travel between the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and the other 4 mundane realms. Brother Tian will definitely be happy if he finds out about this. Moreover, it has been half a year since we entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Perhaps Brother Tian already knows about this. Kerr thought to herself. Whoosh! After regaining her senses, Kerr glanced at the 2 young men in front of her indifferently before she moved around them and continued to move forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 young men's expressions changed when they saw Kerr's actions. They immediately moved and blocked Kerr's path again. I've already said that I'm not interested in traveling with you. Kerr's expression darkened when she was blocked by the 2 young men again. Even if you're not interested in traveling with us, you should at least play with us before you leave. At this moment, the 2 young men had completely taken off their hypocritical masks. Their eyes revealed undisguised lust as they sized up Kerr without the slightest bit of fear. Swoosh! Kerr's expression changed when she saw the 2 young men's brazen and profane gazes. It was as though a layer of frost had covered her face. At the same time, Kerr's body emitted an aura that kept people at bay. At this moment, Kerr seemed to have transformed into an ice goddess. She was lofty and inviolable. Boom! 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 At the same time, a wave of invisible energy swept out from Kerr's body. The air around her began to tremble as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. It was so earth-shattering that it seemed as though it could annihilate all sounds. A powerful aura extended from Kerr's body and shrouded the 2 young men in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, barf! Accompanied by 2 cries in unison, the 2 young men were unable to withstand the aura that extended from Kerr's body. At the same time, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces also became incomparably pale, as if they had turned into a piece of white paper. The aura was still increasing. The 2 young men, after spitting out a large mouthful of blood at the same time, did not have the time to completely recover. The pressure on their bodies seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. The increase was so exaggerated that it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. In an instant, the 2 of them who had originally straightened their backs were simultaneously bent, T-bodiless celestial. At this moment, the 2 young men's hearts skipped a beat as the same thought appeared in their minds. They were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Only a bodiless celestial would be able to pressure them to this extent. Moreover, this person was not an ordinary bodiless celestial. At this time, if they still didn't know that they had kicked an iron plate, then they would have lived in vain for nearly 100 years. Spare us, celestial maiden. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare us, celestial maiden. The 2 young men quickly begged for mercy when they realized the woman before them was a powerful bodiless celestial. Their voices trembled when they begged for mercy. They did not know if the woman before them would spare them or not. After all, what they had done before was indeed a little too much. If the heavens gave them a second chance, they would not dare to have any evil thoughts about the woman before them, even if they were 100 times more courageous. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of this saying. I've given you a chance. A moment later, the 2 young men heard a cold voice. As soon as the voice sounded, it immediately caused their pupils to shrink rapidly. This was because they could already smell the aura of death from this clear and cold voice. No, just as the 2 of them screamed in despair, before they could even react, the invisible energy around Kerr's body seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 2 of them in one gulp. Swoosh! 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 Gusts of wind blew past, and the 2 young men's bodies swayed, as if they had disappeared into thin air. From the beginning until the end, they did not cause much of a commotion. Only the figure of an ice goddess could be seen hovering in the air. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. The second half of Coer's sentence was only transmitted at this moment. In fact, Kerr had long discovered the two young men did not come with good intentions. However, when the two young men told her about Yan Huang Planet, she did not intend to make a fuss about it. Therefore, she pretended not to know their intentions and continued to move forward. However, she did not expect that not only did they stubbornly block her way again, they even tore off their hypocritical masks and directly attacked her. At this moment, she no longer held back. Since the last time, my strength has been increasing rapidly. I'm afraid I'm not any weaker than a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial now, right? Kerr muttered to herself as she lowered her head and looked at her right hand. However, compared to my strength in my past life, it's like a drop in the ocean. It's not worth mentioning at all. Currently, Kerr was able to recall many things from her past life by combining the fragments of her memories. My cousin's memories are still blurry. However, at this rate, it won't take long for me to recall my past life. Kerr thought to herself, it doesn't matter who I was in my past life. In this life, I'm Ku-Er, Brother Tian's wife and Sealing's mother. Nobody and nothing can change this. I won't allow anyone or anything to change me. Chapter 2410. I wonder where Brother Tian is right now. After regaining her senses, Kerr once again embarked on the road to find her husband. She was not interested in anything in the beyond heaven's secret zone, including the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories from her previous life. However, she already knew what was going on. The so-called great overarching golden celestials were like ants in front of her when she was at her peak in her previous life. Even a little maid by her side in her previous life could kill a golden immortal with a flip of her hand. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kerr's current strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not even know Kerr had entered the beyond heaven's secret zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi Wangshi, and Lu Xiao were exploring the valley that was shrouded in fog. Nothing could be seen from the outside of the canyon, but it was extremely dangerous inside. It was fine at first. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily take care of Zhang Yi and the other two. But in the end, the danger increased several times in an instant. The sudden danger did not allow Duan Lingtian time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Even when he activated the celestial sword in his hand and performed the body and sword as one technique from the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was only able to save Zhang Yi and Lu Xiao's lives. Wang Shi was killed directly. I was too careless. After leaving the immortal sword and reappearing, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Shi's corpse and couldn't help but sigh. Even if he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, half a breath earlier, he would still be able to deal with the sudden danger. However, how could he have imagined that the danger would soar several times in the next moment? This was completely illogical. Duan Lingtian, you tried your best. Wang Shi, he won't blame you. Lu Xia looked at Wang Shi's body and felt a lingering fear. She didn't forget to comfort Duan Lingtian. Try my best? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Lu Xiao's words. Did he try his best? Of course not. If he had tried his best, Wang Shi wouldn't have died, of course. Although he didn't try his best, it didn't mean he didn't want to save Wang Shi. Instead, it was because he did not have time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he was in danger. Otherwise, with his strength increased by 2 levels, it would be easy for him to deal with the danger. That checkpoint just now was too scary, right? If it's an ordinary half-step celestial, it would take at least 8 to 10 of them to pass through, right? Zhang Yi, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a lingering fear. Perhaps Zhang Yi was now familiar with the Duan Lingtian, and he was no longer as inarticulate as before. Of course, rather than saying that he was dull before, it was better to say that he was introverted and taciturn. I don't need that much. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Do you remember the third obstacle we encountered? After we pass that obstacle, if we're not in a hurry to leave, we'll be able to comprehend one of the joint offensive formations recorded there. As long as 3 half-step celestials spend some time to master that joint offensive formation, it won't be difficult for them to pass the obstacle we encountered earlier. Duan Lingtian said, Are you talking about the stone tablet on the shore of the illusory lake that appeared in the third obstacle? Zhang Yi asked after a moment of recollection. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's indeed a joint offensive formation recorded on that stone tablet. Moreover, that joint offensive formation is the perfect counter to the obstacle we encountered earlier. With that joint offensive formation, we'll be able to pass through it. Trick! Zhang Yi smiled wryly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you didn't use any tricks to protect Lu Xia and me when we passed through the trial. Duan Lingtian said, The strength you displayed earlier was even stronger than when you killed Rong Bo and the others. You used the most direct and unyielding method to force your way through that checkpoint. Although Zhang Yi's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it did not affect his ability to roughly estimate the strength of Duan Lingtian's attack. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face when he finished speaking. If I'm not mistaken, not only do you have a celestial sword, but you've also mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Apart from that, Zhang Yi could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was able to wield such strength. That kind of strength was not something an eminent celestial with a celestial sword could unleash. Swoosh! As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Lu Xia turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was curious about this as well. You can say that. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. The later stages of the Sovereign Heart sword that he had mastered were indeed superior to those in the mundane realms. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine ability from the Devata realms. However, the truth was he had not cast another divine ability from the Devata realms. It was his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. If he had cast the elementary devouring tactic in time, Wang Shi would not have died. As expected, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Yi thought Duan Lingtian had indirectly admitted to it. Is he really an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm? Lu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. That's all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the trial he had just passed was the last trial in the canyon. There were no more trials to pass after that. Let's look around. Perhaps there's an inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial here. Lu Xia could not help but feel excited when she realized they had passed all the obstacles in the canyon. After all, the difficulty of the last trial we just passed was extremely high. It was extraordinarily difficult. Generally speaking, the treasures hidden in such a difficult obstacle would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Xia speculated. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. You're right. Zhang Yi agreed with Lu Xia's words. However, Duan Lingtian did not agree with Lu Xia's words. That's not necessarily true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to suspect that the difficulty of the first obstacle was too high. The reason why the difficulty of that checkpoint was several times more difficult than the previous one was most likely because of the combination of the following checkpoints. After entering this place, although he couldn't extend his divine sense, he could vaguely sense that there were several more checkpoints after passing through the first checkpoint. However, now that he had passed another obstacle, there were no more obstacles to pass. Duan Lingtian could not help but suspect this. When the last few stages were combined together, they formed the stage that he had just passed. In that case, the difficulty of the checkpoint could be explained easily. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. It was precisely because of how easy it was for him to clear the earlier stages that the latter stages were grouped together in order to increase the difficulty and become an obstacle for him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to pass the obstacle easily. Although Duan Lingtian was not a bodiless celestial, his strength was far superior to ordinary bodiless celestials. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to pass the obstacle in the treasure vault that restricted bodiless celestials. Let's look around. Even if there's no inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there must be some clues about it, Zhang Yi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the other two began to search around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a dilapidated compass. The compass looked ancient and weathered. With just a glance, one could tell it had existed for a long time. Although the compass was old and dilapidated, the needle on it was very nimble. Moreover, it kept pointing in the same direction. It's guiding us. Lu Xia was surprised. We don't have to look for the next treasure vault on our own. It should lead us there. Zhang Yi smiled. This is the clue. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he left the canyon with Zhang Yi and Lu Xia. They headed in the direction the needle on the compass was pointing to. It was the next treasure vault that Zhang Yi had mentioned. I hope the next treasure vault contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Lu Xia muttered to herself. Zhang Yi said, even if the next treasure vault doesn't contain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll be able to find it sooner or later if we follow the clues. Of course, that's only if we don't die halfway. Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, we're searching for clues along the way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Do you think the others have also found clues in other treasure vaults and are heading there as well? Of course. Zhang Yi nodded without any hesitation. As far as I know, there's only one location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every time the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone opens. The last time the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone opened, only Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It said that there were many eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with Feng Qingyang. However, none of them came out alive. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At that time, there were many people who were not eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After they came out, they said all of them were killed by Feng Qingyang and other eminent celestials while they were fighting for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 24:11. Duan Lingtian did not witness how Senior Feng Qingyang had killed so many people and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he could still imagine what had happened. Senior Feng Qingyang must have stunned the geniuses from the other for large mundane realms. When Senior Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial, he had mastered the 5 stages of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, even if he didn't have a celestial sword or any other divine abilities from the Devata realm. His strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword from Feng Qingyang, knew this very well. With Senior Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, ordinary eminent celestials were no different from cannon fodder in front of him. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi still heard his words. Zhang Yi shook his head and refuted Duan Lingtian's words. It's not that exaggerated. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi in confusion and asked, What do you mean? Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was stronger than ordinary bodiless celestials before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. At that time, the eminent celestials from our Saint Province realm were no different from chickens and dogs in front of him. Duan Lingtian said, "I believe you." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I've seen a letter passed down from generation to generation in the Celestial Master's sect that recorded the opening of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Although Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure, he seemed to have mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realm. With his cultivation base, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. He knew those people must have mistaken Feng Qingyang's supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, for a divine ability from the Devata realm. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Before Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was stronger than you." Zhang Yi had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. The first time he saw Duan Lingtian fighting was Duan Celestial Sword had easily killed 2 eminent Celestial Sword. The second time he saw Duan Lingtian fighting was at the place where he obtained clues about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, Duan Lingtian's strength was even stronger than the strength he displayed when he killed the 2 eminent Celestials. At that time, he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not just comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, it was even possible that he was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The reason why Zhang Yi thought so was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover that Zhang Yi's strength was too weak. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had used the celestial sword in his hand to cast the body and sword fusion technique from the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian did not cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had just entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and had yet to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If Duan Lingtian used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, again his strength would be able to surpass 2 levels. He would be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was stronger than Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial because he had mastered the elementary devouring tactic, a heaven-defying, assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. Secondly, he had a celestial sword. Without the elementary devouring tactic and the celestial sword, his strength would not be comparable to Feng Qingyang. After all, he had only comprehended the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not know much about the 5th stage yet. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian knew Zhang Yi was unaware that his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he did not expose Zhang Yi. However, do you think the eminent celestials in the 4 large realms, including our Yanhuang realm, are easy to deal with? Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Most of the eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from the 4 large realms, including our Yanhuang realm, were younger than 100 years old. Some of them even possessed celestial supreme treasures and mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realms. Back then, among the eminent celestials who competed with Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm, there were some whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that kind of existence is only a very small minority. Duan Lingtian was shocked. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect the eminent celestials from the 4 large mundane realms would be so powerful. Did this mean they were even stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang? In fact, There are many monstrous eminent celestials who entered the beyond heaven's secret zone this time. For example, Gao Laozhuang from our Yanhuang realm is a monstrous genius, whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he's only an eminent celestial. Zhang Yi continued to say, an eminent celestial is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he's from Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Wait a second. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange, as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang, don't tell me that Gao Laozhuang is related to Zhu Gongyi, the marshal of the Yanhuang realm?" Zhu Gongyi, the marshal of the Tianping Empire. Zhu Gongyi was a legendary figure on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his past life. Moreover, in the ancient myths and legends on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his past life, Zhu Gongyi, the Canopy Marshal, had another identity. He was Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother in Journey to the West. Zhu Gongyi is the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Why you know about this as well? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although the Gao Laozhuang sect was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master sect, they kept a low profile compared to the Celestial Master sect. In Yanhuang realm, apart from the cultivators from the Yanhuang planet, not many people knew about the Gao Laozhuang sect, let alone the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian had already shocked him when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Celestial Master Zhang, the founder of the Celestial Master sect. However, Duan Lingtian had told him the founder's name was due to the remains of the Celestial Master's sect's disciples in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi had believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect, Zhu Gongyi, with just a few words, Zhang Yi was shocked. He even began to wonder if Duan Lingtian was lying. He wondered if Duan Lingtian's explanation about him knowing the name of the Celestial Master's sex patriarch was also a lie. When Duan Lingtian saw the way Zhang Yi looked at him was getting weirder and weirder, he realized he had exposed too much. He could roughly guess Zhang Yi's thoughts at this moment. Actually, I didn't find the remains of the Celestial Master's sex disciples in the Saint Province realm. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he came up with another excuse. The reason I know about your Celestial Master's sect and Gao Lao Zhuang's ancestor is because I accidentally obtained a legacy in the Saint Province realm. Inheritance? Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. The inheritance I obtained is from a celestial supreme treasure that I accidentally obtained in the Saint Province realm. The celestial supreme treasure is called the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. There's a pagoda spirit in it who claims to be a 3-legged golden crow from the Yanhuang planet. He, Duan Lingtian, thought of Hua Lao. What? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Zhang Yi could not help but interrupt him in shock. Why you said you obtained the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said with great familiarity, there's a pagoda spirit in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the 1st floor. He's the 3-legged golden crow that I mentioned earlier. On the 2nd floor, there's a sword. I think it's called the Jasper Celestial Sword. On the 3rd floor, there's... When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he was interrupted again by Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi interrupted Duan Lingtian, he continued to say, on the 3rd floor, there's the astounding god Halberd. On the 4th floor, there's the universe ruler. On the 5th floor, there's the heavenly Luo umbrella. On the 6th floor, there's the world cleansing horsetail whisk. And on the 7th floor, there's the battle heaven thorn. Zhang Yi was very familiar with the celestial supreme treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Why you know about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Of course I know about it. Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a legendary top celestial supreme treasure. It's considered an extraordinary celestial supreme treasure even in the Devata realms. Most importantly, it's the celestial supreme treasure from the Yanhuang planet, one of the cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. It's the pride of the Yanhuang planet. Chapter 2412. I didn't expect you, Duan Lingtian, to possess the top celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Zhang Yi could not help but gulp when he reached this part of his sentence. He looked like a die-hard fan in Duan Lingtian's past life who had just met his idol. Duan Lingtian, can you take out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and show it to me? Even if it's just a glance, it's fine. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Then he sighed and said, The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been destroyed along with Hua Lao. What? Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. He shook his head. Impossible. That's impossible. There's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Not many people in the Devata realms are capable of destroying it. At the very least, great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of destroying a celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a frown, Duan Lingtian, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. It can't be destroyed so easily. This time, Zhang Yi did not doubt that Duan Lingtian had really obtained the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian's expression could not be faked. Duan Lingtian's description of the three-legged golden crow and celestial supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda made Zhang Yi certain Duan Lingtian was not lying. It's true that there's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy a celestial supreme treasure, not even a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, The reason the celestial supreme treasure was destroyed was because the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, sacrificed himself to save me. Even the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda was destroyed along with him. At that time, the connection between me and the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda was completely severed. When Duan Lingtian recalled the time when he was forcefully sent back to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land by the Zoroastrianism, a hint of disappointment could be seen on his face. It was as though he had lost something important. Three-legged golden crow suicide? Destroyed along with the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Zhang Yi shook his head again. This is impossible. Even if the three-legged golden crow was the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it couldn't have destroyed the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda if it wanted to commit suicide. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Even if the pagoda spirit had the strength to destroy a top celestial supreme treasure, as a pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it's impossible for him to destroy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even if he self-destructed. This is because the moment he became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he became an accessory of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although it's a little unpleasant to say that he's an accessory, that's the truth. Zhang Yi's words were filled with certainty. As a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect in Yanhuang realm, apart from cultivating, Zhang Yi's favorite hobby was to read various ancient books and records to learn more about Yanhuang planet, the planet from which cultivation originated. Among them, he had a deep understanding of some famous celestial supreme treasures from Yanhuang planet. He also knew that some celestial supreme treasures had weapon spirits. At the same time, he also knew the relationship between weapon spirits and celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, he was certain Even if the three-legged golden crow was the pagoda's spirit of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to destroy the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, at that time, the connection between me and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was broken. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's solemn words, he wanted to believe him, but he found it hard to believe. He also hoped that the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was not destroyed and that Huolao was fine. However, was this possible? At that time, he had clearly sensed that the connection between him and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda had been broken. Even if Huolao was the pagoda's spirit of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to break the connection on his own accord. Tell me in detail what happened at that time. I think I know a little about the connection between a celestial supreme treasure and its weapon spirit. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Zhang Yi was very persistent and serious about what he had just said. Seeing Zhang Yi's seriousness, Duan Lingtian immediately explained the situation and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda to Zhang Yi in detail. Now, do you still think the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda is not destroyed? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Yi after he finished speaking. Of course. Even after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Zhang Yi still insisted on his opinion. He added, based on what you've said, as the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, the three-legged golden crow would not be able to use its power outside the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda before the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda is repaired. Taking a step back, even if he chose to self-destruct, it wouldn't affect anything outside of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. As for your guess that he used the destructive power of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, that's even more impossible. Although the relationship between a celestial supreme treasure and its artifact spirit is not a master-servant relationship, it's definitely a master-servant relationship. Even if the artifact spirit possesses the ability to destroy a celestial supreme treasure before it becomes an artifact spirit, it won't be able to destroy the celestial supreme treasure after it becomes an artifact spirit. Zhang Yi said, therefore the three-legged golden crow tore open the space barrier and chose to commit suicide to destroy the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda in order to send you back to the WCI subterranean is definitely impossible. But, seeing Duan Lingtian frowning and wanting to say something, Zhang Yi interrupted him. Zhang Yi interrupted him and continued speaking. According to what you've said, there's only one possibility. An external force sent you back to the WCI subterranean and took away the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. That external force had the ability to forcefully sever the connection between you and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda and its pagoda spirit, the three-legged golden crow, are most likely still safe and sound. Zhang Yi paused and glanced at Duan Lingtian before he continued. As for the three-legged golden crow's request for you to put the Jasper celestial sword and the other celestial supreme treasures back into the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda before you were sent back to the WCI subterranean, I suspect that it did so on purpose. It did so to trick you into giving it back the celestial supreme treasures. After all, if you had not taken the initiative to return the Jasper celestial sword and the other celestial supreme treasures, it would not have been able to take them back. As I said earlier, the three-legged golden crow and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda have a master-servant relationship. The seven treasures' exquisite pagoda is the master, and the three-legged golden crow is the servant. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. He wanted to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest his words. What kind of external force could have helped me return to the WCI subterranean and take the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda away? However, to Zhang Yi's surprise, Duan Lingtian did not believe what he had just said. I also hope that Huolao and the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda are safe. However, that's not realistic. Duan Lingtian persisted in his opinion, and the reason for this was because Duan Lingtian could not think of any external force that could have sent him back to the Debussy subterranean and allowed Huolao to trick him into giving him the Jasper celestial sword and the other celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was removed from him and took the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away. In his opinion, Zhang Yi had no evidence to back up his speculations. They were all blind guesses. Therefore, he did not believe it at all. Zhang Yi could not help but feel speechless when he saw that he had wasted half a day's worth of effort and saliva in exchange for such an outcome. Forget it. In the end, Zhang Yi said weakly, "It's fine if you don't believe me. In any case, this is the truth. In the future, if you have the chance to go to Yan Huang realm, ask some knowledgeable people. You'll know that everything I said is true. At that time, you'll know that my speculations are correct." Zhang Yi said, "We'll talk about it in the future then." In fact, Duan Lingtian had thought about believing Zhang Yi's words since there was no reason for Zhang Yi to lie to him. However, since Zhang Yi did not have any concrete evidence, he could not convince himself no matter how much he wanted to believe Zhang Yi. "I'll definitely go to Yan Huang realm." A bright light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he added. Lu Xia, who was walking beside Duan Lingtian, did not say a word. However, deep in her heart, she felt that Zhang Yi's speculations were correct. Nevertheless, she could tell that Duan Lingtian was not lying. Unless she and Zhang Yi could come up with evidence, Duan Lingtian would not believe Zhang Yi's speculations. Therefore, even though she believed Zhang Yi, she did not interrupt. She knew that it was useless for her to interrupt before she and Zhang Yi could produce concrete evidence. It was better for her to save her energy. The 3 of them continued on their journey. After a long while, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi said there's an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old in Yan Huang realm. His strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from him, are there any other eminent celestials in Yan Huang realm?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out who his competitors were. "Of course." Zhang Yi nodded before he continued to say, "Apart from the one in the Gao clan, there's also an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old in Flower Fruit Mountain. His strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, the one in Flower Fruit Mountain is even stronger than the one in the Gao clan." Flower Fruit Mountain? Chapter 24:13. Previously, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard Zhang Yi said there was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master's sect. Now, even the Flower Fruit Mountain had appeared. Brothers are always together when fighting a tiger. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. "Duan Lingtian, it seems like you've heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain as well." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, it was not difficult for Zhang Yi to guess Duan Lingtian was aware of the existence of Flower Fruit Mountain. Otherwise, why would he suddenly say the words, even when fighting a tiger? One must not leave one's own brother. After all, the founding ancestor of the Gao Laozhuang and the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain were brothers. Naturally, they were not brothers, they were just fellow disciples. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian had obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, a supreme celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian had come in contact with Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow. For this reason, Zhang Yi was not surprised that Duan Lingtian knew about Yan Huang realm and planet Yan Huang. "Yes, I've heard about it from Huolao." Duan Lingtian nodded. He decided to let Elder Hua take the blame for the Yan Huang realm. According to Huolao, the Flower Fruit Mountain and planet Yan Huang once had an extraordinary person. That person was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. If I'm not mistaken, the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain should be Sun Wukong, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. That's right. Zhang Yi nodded and continued, whether it is Flower Fruit Mountain or Gao Lao Zhuang, they were all on Yan Huang planet in the beginning. However, as their incense burned more and more vigorously, by the time the world energy on Yan Huang planet dried up, they had already formed their own forces. When the cultivators of planet Yan Huang left planet Yan Huang and entered the endless starry sky to find a new place to settle down, Gao Laozhuang and the people and monkeys of Mountain Huagua also moved away from planet Yan Huang and entered the endless starry sky with other cultivators of planet Yan Huang. Whether it's the Gao Laozhuang or the Flower Fruit Mountain, they're both forces that originated from Yan Huang planet and have a long history, like our Celestial Masters sect. In terms of foundation, some of the forces that rose in Yan Huang realm can't compare to us at all. Zhang Yi continued, Gao Laozhuang and Huagua Mountain each have an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old. His strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang, is there an eminent celestial under the age of 100 in the Celestial Master sect? There's one. Zhang Yi nodded. At the same time, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he said, his strength is not something an ordinary eminent celestial can compare to. However, compared to Gao Laozhuang and the 2 people from Mount Huagua, he's slightly weaker. However, even if he's slightly weaker, his strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly when he finished speaking. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed this change as well. He could not help but ask, you don't seem to like that person from the Celestial Masters sect? Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Zhang Yi did not hide his feelings. He nodded and said angrily, there's no enmity between us. However, there was one time when his younger brother cut in line to take on a task in the sect. I couldn't stand it and reprimanded his younger brother. Since then, he feels that I've wronged his younger brother, so he's always picking on me. It's fine if I don't run into him. However, if I'm unlucky enough to run into him, he'll hit me hard. Zhang Yi's words were vague as he spoke. However, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Lu Xia, both of them could hear the boundless shame and humiliation in his tone. Duan Lingtian, in particular, saw Zhang Yi's clenched fists. Zhang Yi's nails, which were not very sharp, had pierced through his palms. Drops of blood were dripping from his palms. What's his name? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes flashed. Zhang Tingjun, Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. Zhang Tingjun, I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, if I run into him later, I'll seek justice for you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Zhang Yi and considered him a friend. In his opinion, Zhang Yi was not a fool. It was only right for him to stand up for his friend. There's no need for that. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhang Yi rejected his good intentions. Duan Lingtian, I know you mean well, but I'd rather avenge myself. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. This was the reason he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the first place. All right. When Duan Lingtian saw how determined Zhang Yi was, he did not disappoint him. He merely nodded in response and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Lu Xia. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Xia and asked, I remember the large mundane realm you're from is called Vast Cloud Realm. I wonder if there's an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old, who's as strong as a bodiless celestial in Vast Cloud Realm? There was more than one eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial in Yan Huang Realm. He had a feeling that the Vast Cloud Realm where Lu Xia was from, the Skyline Realm where Rongbo and Feng Man were from, and the Muro Realm where he had killed Rongbo and Feng Man were from, had eminent celestials below the age of 100 whose strength was comparable to bodiless celestials. The people who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone this time came from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from the Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was, The remaining mundane realms were Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, Skyline Realm, and Muro Realm. Currently, Duan Lingtian had met people from Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm. However, he had not met people from Muro Realm yet. I wonder if there were people from Muro Realm among the people I killed when I obtained the Celestial Sword? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, when he had obtained the Celestial Sword, he had been besieged by a group of people. In the end, he had killed them all. However, he did not know where they came from. However, he was certain of one thing. It was impossible for those people to be from the Saint Province realm. After all, apart from himself, there were only a few people from the Seven Absolutes sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Perhaps after a year or so, someone else would enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone who was not from the Seven Absolute sect. However, that person was someone he was familiar with. Gan Ruyen, his wife's sister. Yes. Lu Xia immediately regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She began to introduce the eminent celestials in the vast cloud realm to Duan Lingtian as though she was familiar with her family's treasures. Those eminent celestials were all eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old. Moreover, their strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial. The weakest one was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest one was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there's no eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm you're from. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Xia and Zhang Yi after listening to Lu Xia's explanation, "Not necessarily." However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhang Yi shook his head. "The person from Flower Fruit Mountain, whom I mentioned to you earlier, although I said his strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, he's still a celestial. However, that was 10 years ago. I wonder if his strength has improved since then. In Yanhuang Realm, he's most likely an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial." Zhang Yi said, "Comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhang Yi's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to his strength before he obtained the Celestial Sword. Then, is it possible for eminent celestials with strength comparable to 7-tribulation bodiless celestials to appear in the other 2 large mundane realms? Duan Lingtian asked. "Impossible." Zhang Yi shook his head as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. An eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial is already heaven-defying. How can an eminent celestial be comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? It's impossible for such an eminent celestial to exist. Zhang Yi's tone was firm and resolute. Eminent celestials possess celestial supreme treasures, and their strength is comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they master an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms, it won't be a problem for them to improve their strength. If they master an offensive divine ability from the Devata realms, they'll be able to improve even further. Their strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. As for defensive divine abilities and movement divine abilities from the Devata realms, even if they master them, they'll only be able to protect themselves. They won't be able to increase their offensive strength. In other words, before an eminent celestial obtains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his offensive strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, or his speed is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. In order to convince Duan Lingtian, Zhang explained his thoughts in detail. Duan Lingtian was convinced by Zhang Yi's words. Just as Zhang Yi had said, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had improved his strength by 2 steps. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was an amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. It was unlike ordinary assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms that could only improve an eminent celestial's strength by one step, unless an eminent celestial has mastered multiple divine abilities from the Devata realms and obtained a top celestial supreme treasure. If that's the case, it's not impossible for an eminent celestial's strength to be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. But this is almost impossible. Zhang Yi's voice continued to ring in the air. Chapter 2414. Top celestial supreme treasures are extremely rare. Even among the major forces in Yanhuang realm, we've never heard of one. Apart from that, a celestial supreme treasure like that is considered a rare treasure even in the Devata realms. Zhang Yi could not help but look at Duan Lingtian when he finished speaking. He knew Duan Lingtian had once possessed a top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Unfortunately, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is no longer with you. Otherwise, you'd be able to become stronger. Zhang Yi said. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhang Yi continued to say, although the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda isn't an offensive top celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword and other celestial supreme treasures in it can be considered as top celestial weapons. If you have the Jasper celestial sword, the strength you'll be able to display will be much stronger than when you use the ordinary celestial sword. Zhang Yi's tone was full of certainty. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In fact, how could he not know what Zhang Yi was talking about? For this reason, Duan Lingtian, you don't have to worry. It's almost impossible for an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and comforted him. Even the major forces in Yanhuang realm only have 1 or 2 ordinary celestial supreme treasures at most. We don't have any top celestial supreme treasures at all. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed in relief inwardly. This meant that among the eminent celestials who had entered the beyond heaven's secret zone, the strongest one was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was almost impossible for any of them to have strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In that case, with my strength, I don't have to worry about competing with the other eminent celestials. After all, my strength far surpasses theirs. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he thought about this. After all, his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword. Compared to Senior Feng Qingyang before he obtained the inheritance of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he was 2 whole levels stronger. However, it seems like Senior Feng Qingyang's competitor was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown as he recalled what Zhang Yi had told him before. Because according to Zhang Yi's words, the eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to have died along with the other eminent celestials. Senior Feng Qingyang, whose strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you know how he managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial under the watchful eyes of the eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? I'm not too sure about that. Zhang Yi shook his head before he added, however, I have my own speculations about this matter. My speculations are similar to the speculations of many people in the history of Yanhuang realm. Let's hear it. Duan Lingtian had an eager expression on his face. Like me, many people speculate that Feng Qingyang, a sword cultivator from your Saint Province realm, managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure during his battle with the other eminent celestials. Moreover, that celestial supreme treasure might be a celestial sword. After all, Feng Qingyang is a sword cultivator. Everyone knows that Feng Qingyang's strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he's an eminent celestial. He didn't rely on any celestial supreme treasure. If he managed to obtain a celestial sword, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that he would emerge victorious and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Yi's words. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? The reason Duan Lingtian did not think of this was because he had overlooked the most important problem. Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was an eminent celestial. He only relied on the 5 stages of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. He did not rely on any divine abilities or celestial supreme treasures. In the beyond heaven's secret zone, even if Feng Qingyang managed to obtain a divine ability, he would not be able to comprehend it immediately. However, if he managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure, he would be able to use it immediately. We've arrived? Duan Lingtian, who was traveling with his thoughts, suddenly felt the feng shui compass in his hand vibrate. Then, the needle on the compass began to spin rapidly as though it had gone mad. Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense something was amiss. He had arrived at the next stop. Could it be that the second treasure vault is in this lake? At the same time, Duan Lingtian lowered his head and discovered he was hovering above a boundless lake. The water in the lake was as calm as a flawless mirror. While Duan Lingtian was looking down at the lake, the feng shui compass in his hand began to vibrate violently again. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a wave of energy brewing in the feng shui compass. Although this energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian, once it was unleashed, it would be enough to destroy the feng shui compass. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted as he prepared to suppress the energy in the feng shui compass. However, he discovered the feng shui compass was made of some unknown material that completely blocked his energy, preventing it from entering the feng shui compass. It seems like the feng shui compass has completed its mission. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he raised his hand and tossed the feng shui compass in his hand out. In just a blink of an eye, the compass shot out and appeared 100 meters away. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xia, who had just regained their senses, were stunned by Duan Lingtian's action. They did not know why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. Bang! When the sound of an explosion rang in the air, Zhang Yi and Lu Xia could clearly see what was happening. The feng shui compass that Duan Lingtian had thrown away exploded again after flying 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, the feng shui compass had turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. This is all the information it can provide us. We'll have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the time. Duan Lingtian said when he saw Zhang Yi and Lu Xia looking at him. At the same time, he shifted his gaze from Zhang Yi and Lu Xia to the lake beneath his feet. Does this mean there's either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in this lake, or there's another clue? Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at the lake beneath his feet. This place is similar to the valley from before. My divine consciousness is restricted. Lu Xia exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian tried to use his divine consciousness as well. However, he discovered there was an invisible force in the lake beneath his feet that was restricting his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain. This lake was the destination they had come to on their way here. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Yi and Lu Xia before he entered the lake with them. Boom! 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 3 splashes appeared as Duan, Lingtian, Lucia, and Lucia entered the lake as though they were walking on flat ground. Soon after, the 3 of them were attacked by the formations in the lake. Barriers appeared one after another in front of them. However, to Duan Lingtian, these obstacles were like child's play to him. It could not be any easier. Moreover, he had learned his lesson from his previous experience. He was much more careful now. He protected Zhang Yi and Lucia as they successfully passed through the barriers and obtained the next clue. This isn't the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Lucia was slightly frustrated. This is only our second stop, and you're already thinking it's the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Aren't you being too greedy? Zhang Yi shook his head. Let's go. Let's go to the next stop. At this moment, a new compass appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and guided him in another direction. There's someone there. After the 3 of them had traveled for a while, the sharp-eyed Lucia could not help but exclaim when she saw someone in front of them. When Lucia exclaimed in surprise, Duan Lingtian also saw the person in front of him. There's more than one person. At this moment, Zhang Yi's gaze landed in the distance as well. There were 2 figures flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, it was obvious they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why are they all heading in that direction? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, Lucia, and Lucia saw 4 people flying in the same direction as the 2 people in front of them. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He saw another person flying in the same direction. This person's speed was so fast that Zhang Yi and Lucia did not notice him at all. A4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Duan Lingtian could tell the person was a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial based on his speed. Let's go and have a look as well. Although the 3 groups of people were not heading in the same direction as the compass, Duan Lingtian still decided to go and have a look. After all, he had obtained a celestial sword the last time he was in such a situation. Chapter 24:15. Let's go and have a look as well. Zhang Yi and Lucia's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. They also felt that there must be something fishy going on if there was something abnormal. However, they did not expect there would only be 2 groups of people heading in the same direction. Apart from that, there was another 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who was heading in the same direction as well. However, they were too weak, so they could not catch a glimpse of the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Although they did not know the other 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was heading in the same direction, they were still interested in following the 2 groups of people. After all, they did not think it was a coincidence that the 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. The 2 groups of people seemed to be in a hurry. It did not seem like they were in a rush at all. Due to this reason, they were tempted when they heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go and take a look. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions also headed in the same direction. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, when black dots appeared in the distance, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions discovered that there were people heading in the same direction. There were people heading in their direction from all directions. To be more precise, they were rushing toward the place where many little black dots had gathered in the distance. As a result, more and more little black dots appeared in Duan Lingtian and the other 2's line of sight. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. These black dots were naturally people. However, due to the distance, they looked like black dots to Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. There are so many people. Looking at the densely packed black dots in front of her, Lucia felt her scalp go numb. At the same time, she could not help but let out a cry of surprise. If I'm not wrong, there should be some sort of treasure appearing here, Zhang Yi said solemnly. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw so many people, he recalled the scene when he obtained the celestial sword. Although there were not so many people at that time, the scene was similar to this. Could it be that another celestial supreme treasure has appeared here? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Lingtian had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for quite some time. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Zhang Yi and had communicated with him many times. For this reason, he knew a lot about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, apart from the various treasure vaults that hid the great overarching golden celestials, and the places of legacies left behind by great overarching golden celestials, there were also many treasure vaults that were exposed to the public. Those treasure vaults did not conceal the treasures. Instead, they exposed the treasures. They merely set up many spirit formations to protect the treasures. If he wanted to obtain the treasure, he would have to break the formation protecting it. It was just like the immortal sword that Duan Lingtian had obtained previously. It was floating in one place and was enveloped by many array formations. Anyone who passed by would be able to see it, as expected. When Duan Lingtian and his two companions approached the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, discovered something. A small bell with a red string was floating in the distance. It was hovering at the peak of the tallest mountain in the mountain range. It emitted a faint silver light and the aura of a treasure. As for the aura of the bell, it ignored the restrictions of the surrounding spirit formation and continued to extend outwards. Even the people outside the spirit formation were able to sense how extraordinary it was. It's a celestial supreme treasure. It really is a celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the people present vigilantly scanned the people around them. From time to time, they would look at the small silver bell with a red string. Their eyes all revealed a greedy expression. It was as though they could not wait to rush forward and obtain the silver bell. I'm going to get this celestial supreme treasure. A shirtless middle-aged man's aura surged, and flames of greed rose in his eyes as he said loudly, I am Grand Elder of Vast Cloud Plains' famous king sect, Qigong. The power that surged from the middle-aged man's body revealed his cultivation base at this moment. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and laughed inwardly. A mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial dared to speak so arrogantly in such a place. He had seen a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial rushing over before he came here. There were many 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and even 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present. It was as though the middle-aged man was trying to prove Duan Lingtian's point of view. Humph! A mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial dares to speak so arrogantly about who'll get the celestial supreme treasure? Believe it or not, I'll kill you if you dare to make a move. An old man dressed in gray snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at the middle-aged man, Qigong, who claimed to be the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in Vast Cloud Realm. Boom! At the same time, a boundless energy erupted from the gray-clothed old man's body. It was as vast and boundless as the ocean. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Qigong, the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in Vast Cloud Realm, felt chills running up his spine when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. In his opinion, those who were weaker than him would not dare to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Now that he had confirmed the gray-robed old man's cultivation through the power that had skyrocketed from the gray-robed old man's body, his heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. Senior, I was just joking earlier, Qigong said apologetically. When Qigong sensed the power of a 5th tribulation bodiless celestial from the gray-robed old man, he became terrified and revealed a humble and embarrassed expression. Humph! Seeing that Qigong had admitted defeat, the gray-clothed old man snorted coldly again. Only then did he shift his gaze from Qigong, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, this celestial supreme treasure won't belong to me. We're only here to watch the show. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, who's going to be able to obtain this celestial supreme treasure? I can't believe I came all the way here. If I knew there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, I wouldn't have come at all. This feeling of seeing a treasure, but only being able to watch it be taken away by someone else, is simply too unbearable. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with regret. He seems to be Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm. It did not take long before someone recognized the gray-clad old man. Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect, who passed the 5th bodiless celestial tribulation and became a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial 300 years ago, that's him. Many of the people present on the scene were from Muro realm. With just a few words, they revealed the identity of the gray-clad old man. As it turns out, this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is from Muro realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the gray-clad old man. Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, and his eyes flashed. Previously, he had thought that the only people he had not come into contact with were those from the Muro realm. However, not only did he come into contact with a group of people from Muro realm, but he even met a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. We're doomed. Lu Xia, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, sighed. Although Zhang Yi did not say anything, a hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. His thoughts were similar to Lu Xia's. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial present, they would not be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. At this moment, both Zhang Yi and Lu Xia thought Duan Lingtian was only as strong as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial if he unleashed his full strength. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We're doomed. We're doomed. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. The people present on the scene, including the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, shook their heads. Many of them were unwilling to accept this outcome. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone they could contend with. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from under the nose of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Duan Lingtian and Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, were about to break the formation to obtain the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure. Grandfather, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Pei Kuan Shan to stop moving. He immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who noticed Pei Kuan Shan's action, could not help but stop moving. He turned to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen walking toward them one after another, and that Grandpa came from the figure behind him. When Duan Lingtian saw the figure in front of him, his eyes could not help but light up as a joyful smile appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen his long-lost brother or sister. Chin, or why are you here? Pei Kuan Shan asked with a smile as he looked at the figure behind him. It was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. His voice was filled with joy. Grandfather, I heard there's a celestial supreme treasure here, so I came to look for it. However, I didn't expect you to be here as well. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure won't be able to escape from you, Grandfather. As soon as the young man dressed in a brocade robe appeared, he understood the situation and flattered Pei Kuan Shan. Whoosh! In the next moment, as though he had sensed something, he moved in a flash and blocked the path of the woman who was walking in front of him. Chapter 24:16. Pei Lianqin, I have nothing to do with you. I'll come and go as I please. It's none of your business. Pei Lianqin, the grandson of Pei Kunshan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, said coldly as she looked at Pei Lianqin, who was blocking her way with a cold expression. Beauty, our strength is on par with each other, so I can't do anything to you. But now my grandfather is here. As long as I ask my grandfather to seal your saint origin, you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I can do anything to you. Pei Lianqin laughed. A hint of lust could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. He had taken a liking to the woman in front of him since the first time he saw her. He could not wait to possess her. However, she was not any weaker than him. She could not do anything to him, and he could not do anything to her. In the end, they could only remain in a stalemate. Until just now, when he and the other party heard that a celestial supreme treasure had appeared, he followed the other party and rushed over. He was pleasantly surprised when he discovered his grandfather was here. When he arrived, he found that his grandfather was there as well. After all, his grandfather was a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, when he arrived, he discovered his grandfather was in control of the situation. The celestial supreme treasure was within his reach. Under such circumstances, he immediately shifted his attention to the woman he had been following and wanted to possess. Previously, he could not do anything to her. However, with his grandfather here, he was no longer worried about not being able to possess her. Swoosh! Upon hearing Pei Lianqin's words, the woman immediately looked at Pei Kunshan and said warily, Senior, there's no enmity between us, you? Humph. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Pei Kunshan's cold snort. There's no enmity between us, but since my grandson has taken a fancy to you, you should just obey him obediently. Furthermore, it's your fortune to have caught my grandson's eye. As soon as Pei Kunshan finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, the power from Pei Kunshan's body soared, and a burst of power shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the woman, preparing to seal her saint chi. No. The woman's face changed drastically as despair filled her eyes. At the same time, she grit her teeth and prepared to commit suicide before Pei Kunshan sealed her saint chi. She would rather die than let Pei Lianqin have his way. Just as the woman was about to erupt with all the saint chi in her body and choose to self-destruct, Xuanai, stop! A hurried voice rang in her ears at the right time. Moreover, this voice was exceptionally familiar and intimate to her. Brother Ling Tian. She did not need to turn around to recognize the owner of the voice. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, whom she treated like her own brother. Immediately, she stopped and did not continue to harm herself. Boom! But at that moment, Pei Kunshan's power arrived and invaded her body, sealing her saint chi almost completely. With only a small portion of her saint chi remaining, she was barely able to float in the air. Just as Pei Kunshan's grandson, Pei Lianqin's eyes lit up and he was about to approach the woman. Whoosh! A purple figure had already appeared beside the woman like a ghost. He immediately activated his power and crushed the power that was suppressing her saint chi. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy disappear? What's going on? Now it's here again. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy disappeared first and then became so thin. What's going on? At that moment, many people in the crowd noticed the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. It's him. Pei Kunshan's gaze immediately fell on the woman, whose saint chi was sealed by him. There was a purple-clad young man standing there, glaring at him with murderous intent. He felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At that moment, he also realized that the power he used to seal the woman was neutralized by the purple-clad young man. Moreover, he also realized that the purple-clad young man was the reason why the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area became so thin in an instant. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had all entered his body. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. He had made his move because the woman in front of Pei Lianqin was Han Xuan'ai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the Seven Absolutes sect Seven Absolutes. Moreover, not only was Han Xuan'ai his fellow disciple, but she was also an existence that he regarded as his biological sister, an eminent celestial, an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. At this moment, Pei Kuan-shan had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and discovered that Duan Lingtian had used a divine ability from a Devata realm to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. Pei Kuan-shan thought it was a divine ability from a Devata realm because if it was an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm, it would not be so powerful. When Pei Kuan-shan released his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had become so thin. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area became extremely thin. Shockingly, it was absorbed by the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Moreover, he had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in just a blink of an eye. It was impossible for an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm to achieve this. "Brother Lingtian, why are you here?" At this moment, Han Xuan'ai, who had recovered her sane origin, also approached Duan Lingtian excitedly. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. "I saw many people coming here, so I came to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you here, little girl." When Duan Lingtian looked away from Pei Kuan-shan and shifted his gaze to Han Xuan'ai, there was a drastic change in his eyes. His gaze was extremely gentle, and there was a hint of doting love in his eyes. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was like a sister to him. In his eyes, Han Xuan'ai was no different from his biological sister. "Who are you?" Pei Lianqin asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face, seeing the woman whom he wanted to possess, but who had never even looked at him. So happy in front of this purple-clothed young man, he immediately felt a belly full of anger. "Xuan'ai, how do you want Brother Lingtian to punish him?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he ignored Pei Lianqin's words. His eyes did not leave Han Xuan'ai. It was as though he was asking about something unimportant. Han Xuan'ai looked at Pei Lianqin with killing intent in her eyes when she heard Pei Lianqin's words. "Brother Lingtian, I don't want to see him again." Han Xuan'ai's tone turned colder and colder. Everyone felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. However, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian responded, a gust of wind blew past. Pei Kuan-shan appeared in front of Pei Lianqin in a flash, causing Pei Lianqin, who had a horrified expression, to heave a sigh of relief. Based on Duan Lingtian's speed when he appeared next to Han Xuan'ai, and the way he helped Han Xuan'ai break the seal, Pei Lianqin could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. He knew he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian made a move to kill him, he could not help but shudder. He felt as though he was going to die. However, when he saw that his grandfather had appeared in front of him in time, the fear in his heart instantly disappeared. An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Which realm are you from? Which force are you from? Pei Kuan-shan, who was standing in front of Pei Lianqin, asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He had asked this question because he thought the purple-clad young man must have an extraordinary background since he was an eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. If it was not necessary, he did not want to offend such a person. Although he was a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was nothing compared to the powerhouses from the top forces in the mundane realms. Most of the bodiless celestials from the top forces in the mundane realms were 6-tribulation bodiless celestials or 7-tribulation bodiless celestials. In fact, There might even be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. They knew very well what it meant for an eminent celestial to master divine abilities from the Devata realms. It meant the eminent celestial strength was far beyond ordinary eminent celestials. In fact, his strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. There were only a handful of eminent celestials in the mundane realms they were from. Moreover, eminent celestials usually belonged to the top forces in the mundane realms they were from. Their background was not something ordinary people could compare to. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They knew Duan Lingtian was from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, and he did not have a powerful background. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength was too weak. Duan Lingtian's strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was not a match for Pei Kuinshan. Duan Lingtian, just say you're from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. That way, this old man won't dare to attack you. Zhang Yi could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. You failed to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. However, Duan Lingtian did not listen to Zhang Yi's suggestion. Instead, he looked at Pei Kuinshan coldly and said, I'll kill you as well. His tone was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. I'll kill you as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Chapter 24:17. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's crazy. Even if he's an eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. He's facing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the mundane realms where I'm from, the strongest eminent celestial is only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. What's so special about him? Could it be that he's one of those eminent celestials? Impossible. Put aside that kind of eminent celestials are extremely rare in the Devata realms. Even if he's that kind of eminent celestial, it's impossible for him to say such words to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. Based on his appearance, he's clearly a hothead who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and has a death wish. When everyone regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. You think you can kill me, Pei Kuinshan? After Pei Kuinshan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully and said disdainfully, Boy, I'll give you a chance. Tell me where you're from. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. As he spoke, Pei Kuinshan's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Grandfather, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Pei Lianqin said to Pei Kuinshan as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Pei Kuinshan frowned. He could not bring himself to kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he could not bring himself to kill Duan Lingtian was not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid killing Duan Lingtian would bring him trouble. An eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms was most likely from a top force in the mundane realms. He must have been heavily nurtured by that force. If such a person died, the force he belonged to would definitely go crazy. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian was from Muro realm, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that Duan Lingtian would not enter Muro realm through the beyond heaven's secret zone and seek revenge from the force behind him. You want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my elders? When he heard Pei Kunshan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh coldly, following which he said in an indifferent tone, It's a pity that you won't have the chance. When everyone heard Duan Lingtian's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't imagine where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Shockingly, it was the immortal sword that looked like a pool of spring water from afar. Imperial sword technique. Before the crowd, including Pei Kuan-shan and his grandson, could regain their senses, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body that had been enhanced by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had already surged into the celestial sword. Whoosh! At this moment, the celestial sword shone brightly as a destructive aura began to emanate from it. Since the space in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was much more stable than the mundane realm, although the energy that shot out from the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was not weak, it did not tear the space apart. How's this possible? Apart from Han Shuanai, who was the closest to Duan Lingtian, Pei Kuan-shan, who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was the first to sense the destructive aura from the celestial sword. Pei Kuan-shan's heart could not help but tremble when he sensed the destructive aura emanating from the immortal sword. At this moment, he felt as though he could smell danger. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous aura. For this reason, he instinctively felt it was impossible. No, this is a celestial supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye, the look of disbelief on Pei Kuan-shan's face changed drastically. Earlier, he had only sensed danger. However, at this moment, he was certain the purple-clad young man was holding a celestial supreme treasure. At that moment, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Swoosh! When Pei Kuan-shan finally regained his senses and discovered the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a celestial supreme treasure, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It shocked Pei Kuan-shan so much that his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, within Pei Kuan-shan's field of vision, the immortal sword had already arrived before him like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and it was merely a foot away from him. No. At this moment, Pei Kuan-shan hastily mobilized the energy in his body. Although his speed was not slow, it was still too late. Based on the speed of the sword, he could tell he did not have the energy to mobilize the energy in his body. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to circulate the energy in his body. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to dodge this sword strike. Based on the speed of the sword, only a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to unleash this attack. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A piercing sound rang in the air as Pei Kuan-shan's glabella was pierced. This was his last thought before his glabella was pierced and his soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally understood why the purple-clad young man dared to say such arrogant words. You failed to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. Pei Kuan-shan finally realized the purple-clad young man's words were not arrogant at all. The purple-clad young man really had the strength to say such words. After Pei Kuan-shan was killed by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian wielded his sword and stabbed Pei Lian-chen, who was standing behind Pei Kuan-shan. It pierced through Pei Lian-chen's glabella and destroyed his soul. He had killed Pei Kuan-shan and Pei Lian-chen with just one strike. Swoosh! After Pei Kuan-shan and Pei Lian-chen were killed by Duan Lingtian, the celestial sword drew a perfect arc in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. For most of the people present on the scene, time seemed to have stopped at the moment Duan Lingtian took out the celestial sword. For the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present, Duan Lingtian's sword strike was like a bolt from the blue that struck their heads. It took them a long time to regain their senses. No matter how powerful a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is, it's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful sword attack, right? Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kuan-shan couldn't react in time before he was killed. The strength of this sword attack is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Who's he? he's only an eminent celestial, but he possesses such heaven-defying strength. The few four tribulation bodiless celestials' hearts skipped a beat when they saw Duan Ling Tian. What's going on? When Duan Ling Tian put the celestial sword away, time seemed to have returned to normal for most of the people present on the scene. At this moment, they saw Pei Kuan Shan's body being destroyed. He watched as Pei Lian Chen's body fell from the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain, turning into a pile of minced meat. As for Pei Kuan Shan, since he was a bodiless celestial, he did not have a physical body. For this reason, after he was killed, he had completely vanished from this world. Pei Kuan Shan is dead? He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How did he die just like that? Pei Lian Qin, he's dead as well. After many people recovered from their shock, they could not help but look at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen something that caused them to be extremely shocked. Zhang Yi and Lu Xia, who were worried about Duan Ling Tian were dumbfounded as well. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Furthermore, he had killed the other party in an instant. From start to finish, the other party didn't even have time to retaliate. He killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial as though he was killing a chicken. Doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? When Zhang Yi thought of this, he could not help but tremble in fear. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength was not just comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian himself, the only person who was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian killing Pei Kuan Shan was none other than Han Xuanai. Before they entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Han Xuanai had already known Brother Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Brother Ling Tian, the sword you used earlier, as the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, one of the 7 absolutes sect's 7 absolutes, although her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Her horizons were much broader now that she had inherited the Red Dust progeny's legacy. She'd faintly realized how extraordinary the sword Duan Ling Tian withdrew earlier was. It's a celestial sword I obtained after entering the secret zone, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, it still clearly entered the ears of the group of people present on the scene, causing them to tremble in fear. Celestial sword? Only sword type, celestial supreme treasures, were worthy of this title, right? No wonder I had a feeling his sword was extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be a celestial supreme treasure. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial exclaimed in shock. The other 4 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously. He's going to obtain another celestial supreme treasure today. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian before they shifted their gazes to the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure that was shrouded by layers of formations. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already beside the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, and he casually put it away. Chapter 2418. Ding, 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 dang. Duan Ling Tian held the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand and shook it. He finally understood the profundity of this celestial supreme treasure. It must be a sound attack type, celestial supreme treasure, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he circulated the energy in his body into the bell in his hand. Then he shook the bell again. A clear, ringing sound rang in the air. Ding, 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 dang, ding, 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 ding. This time, when the bell rang, it contained a terrifying sound wave that swept out from the bell in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In just a blink of an eye, it swept out in all directions and shrouded everyone present on the scene. At this moment, ah, barf! A series of shrill cries rang in the air. It turned out that some of the weaker cultivators had their internal organs shaken by the shock waves, and they couldn't help but cry out in pain. There were even some who were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. Among them, Lucia, who was caught off guard, was shaken to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned extremely pale in an instant, as if she had turned into a piece of white paper. Even Zhang-Yi was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil, and his face was ruddy. Only eminent celestials and those who were at least second tribulation bodiless celestials were unaffected by the sound wave. Naturally, there was only one eminent celestial present on the scene. However, there were a few second tribulation bodiless celestials present. The strength of a second tribulation bodiless celestial was similar to an eminent celestial. As for those who were at least at the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial level, naturally, they would not be affected by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian was weak. Moreover, the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand was useless. Instead, it was because he did not channel much energy into the bell in his hand. He only wanted to test the power of the bell. The energy I infused into the bell is, at most, comparable to the strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it still managed to injure those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were affected to a certain extent. Looking at the bell in his hand, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked. What a powerful immortal supreme treasure! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could clearly sense the energy Duan Lingtian had channeled into the bell. They could tell the energy was comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even then, all the powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were injured. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials' eyes brightened when they saw how powerful the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Although they wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to make a move. After all, they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kunshan was killed by him without being able to fight back. The strength he displayed earlier is definitely comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from someone like him is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. We're not fated to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. 2 celestial supreme treasures, how enviable! How good would it be if I managed to cultivate the soul congregation physique? The 3 and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials were envious of Duan Lingtian. However, no matter how envious they were, they could not make a move against Duan Lingtian with the example of Pei Kunshan and the other 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the celestial supreme treasure was important, it was not as important as their lives. The few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials in particular clearly saw how Pei Kunshan was killed. Duan Lingtian's sword that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper had killed Pei Lianqin and his grandfather before Pei Kunshan could react in time. How could they possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian when even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed? For this reason, they could only watch helplessly as Duan Lingtian obtained the 2nd celestial supreme treasure. After the bell that contained Saint Origin stopped ringing, the group of people whose cultivation bases were lower than eminent celestials and 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were filled with envy and panic. Not bad, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the bell in his hand. Then, in just a flash, he appeared in front of Han Xuanai. Xuanai, if I'm not mistaken, the Red Dust progeny has a sound attack technique that uses sound waves to attack. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Han Xuanai. Without waiting for Han Xuanai's reply, he handed the bell back to her and said, "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." Han Xuanai was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian handing the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure to her. She did not expect her brother Lingtian would give her such a precious item. After all, this was a celestial supreme treasure that was superior to anything in the mundane realm. Even if her brother Lingtian did not have a use for it, her two sisters-in-law and sister Tian Wu would have a use for it. She knew her place very well. Compared to her two sisters-in-law and sister Tian Wu, she was nothing in front of her brother Lingtian. Naturally, this was only Han Xuanai's opinion. She was also important to Duan Lingtian since he treated her as his biological sister. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to treat her as his own sister. "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." However, when Duan Lingtian's words entered everyone's ears, they felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Many of them were so angry that they almost threw up blood when they heard his words. What did he mean by a burden? That's a celestial supreme treasure. How dare he say it's a burden? Make do with it? You can give it to me if you don't want it. Duan Lingtian's words are too harsh. Zhang Yi shook his head bitterly. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, he felt the same way as the people present. As for Lucia, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, she looked at Han Xuanai enviously. She wished she was Han Xuanai. She could not imagine how she would feel if someone gave her a celestial supreme treasure. "Brother Lingtian, you should keep this celestial supreme treasure for Sister Kerr or Sister Tianwu. Even if they don't need it, you can keep it for Sister Fei or..." Han Xuanai did not reach out to take the bell that Duan Lingtian handed to her. Instead, she said this. Although she was tempted by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, she knew it was inappropriate for her to take it. "Xuanai, I think you're becoming more and more disobedient after not seeing you for a few years." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "If you don't want the spell, I'll just throw it away. You can pick it up if you want." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Heavens, that's a celestial supreme treasure. It's a celestial supreme treasure. This guy wants to throw it away like a piece of trash? Say no. Say no. Miss, you must stay true to your heart. If you say no, then don't. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but think to themselves as they looked at Han Xuanai. They wished Han Xuanai would say no and Duan Lingtian would throw the bell-shaped, celestial supreme treasure away. However, they did not think that would happen. Nevertheless, they could not help but think so. This was especially true for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. In their opinion, this was the only way they could obtain the celestial supreme treasure. "Brother Lingtian, you..." When Han Xuanai heard Duan Lingtian's childish words, she could not help but feel a little helpless. When she opened her mouth to speak, she did not know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Take it." Duan Lingtian casually threw the bell in his hand to Han Xuanai. Without waiting for Han Xuanai to take it, he returned to Zhang Yi and Lucia's side in a flash. Only Han Xuanai was left standing there. In an instant, everyone, including Zhang Yi and Lucia, looked at the bell that Duan Lingtian had thrown out. It was as though they would have a chance to obtain it if Han Xuanai did not take it. "Thank you, Brother Lingtian." At this point, Han Xuanai had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a touched expression on her face. "We've known each other for a long time. Why are you being so polite?" "I'm not used to you being so polite." Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and shook his head before he said, "Since we've bumped into each other, let's travel together. Come here. Brother Lingtian will introduce 2 people to you." Han Xuanai followed Duan Lingtian's lead and walked to the side of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi, and Lucia. At this time, Duan Lingtian also introduced Zhang Yi and Lu Xia to Han Xuanai. After the three of them got to know each other, Duan Lingtian greeted them and left with them. From the beginning until the end, he treated the others like air. In fact, to Duan Lingtian, the others were no different than air. After Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was not an eminent celestial, but a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that person? He's only an eminent celestial, but his strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Which Devata realm is he from? I don't know. In any case, there's no such person in vast cloud realm. Even in Muro realm, there's no such person. Chapter 2419. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, the group of people who remained in the vicinity of the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure could not help but discuss Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, such an eminent celestial was almost extinct in the mundane realms. However, they had bumped into such a person today. Instantly, everyone was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's origins. Although the people present were from the large mundane realms, such as the Muro realm, the Skyline realm, the Yanhuang realm, and the Vast Cloud realm, none of them had heard of Duan Lingtian. However, none of them had ever heard of such a person in their respective mundane realms. I'm from Yanhuang realm. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm. If there's an eminent celestial in Yanhuang realm whose strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, it has to be the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. Said a person from the Yanhuang realm. Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Although I'm not from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of this force. It's said that this force has existed for a long time and is one of the strongest in Yanhuang realm. A person from the Skyline realm exclaimed in surprise. He could not help but ask, based on what you said, it's very likely that an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. In that case, could that person be the one from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Many people turned to look at the man from the Skyline realm. No. However, when the person from Yanhuang realm heard the question, he shook his head decisively. As far as I know, the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm isn't a sword cultivator. For this reason, even if I've never seen him before, I'm certain that purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua. The person from the Yanhuang realm spoke with a resolute tone. Then he looked around and asked, are there no eminent celestials in the 3 large mundane realms that are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials? Yes, there is. However, just like you, I'm also certain that the purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from our vast cloud realm who has strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I haven't heard of any eminent celestials in Muro realm who are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. The people of Muro realm also expressed their stance. We have one in the Skyline realm as well. However, he's a saber cultivator, not a sword cultivator. The people from the Skyline realm also shook their heads. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Someone suddenly spoke, and his voice was so loud that it drowned out the whispers of the crowd. That purple-clad young man is either from the 4 large mundane realms that we're in, but we don't know about him because he or his force keeps a low profile. Otherwise, the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm. The person's tone turned solemn as he spoke. The former is possible. A person from the Skyline realm paused for a moment before he said with a frown on his face, however, the latter is impossible, right? The Saint Province realm is only a small, mundane realm. How could there be an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? The Saint Province realm was a small, mundane realm. If it was not for the fact that the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was in the Saint Province realm, they would not have even heard of the mundane realm. As people from large mundane realms, they naturally felt superior when compared to people from small mundane realms. I think it's impossible as well. Even if an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm has a celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, his strength would only be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A person from the Muro realm chimed in. Indeed, a person from the vast cloud realm chimed in as well. Have you forgotten who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? At this moment, someone from the Yen Huang realm stepped forward and spoke. His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on the heads of those who had spoken, causing them to wake up one after another. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it seems like a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm named Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Soon after, someone among the group of people who had regained their senses exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about him?" His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in the water. That's right, I've forgotten about him as well. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, it said that his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even without a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, there was another eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm, who competed with him to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, that eminent celestial was defeated by him in the end. Rumor has it that he obtained a sword-type celestial supreme treasure that increased his strength to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After that, he stood out among the eminent celestials and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Rumor has it that he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial because the great overarching golden celestial was a sword cultivator. The people from the 4 large mundane realms continued to discuss Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm. At this moment, no one dared to say that it was impossible for an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in a small mundane realm. After all, Feng Qingyang was a living example of this. I remember Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. That seems to be the case. I've read about the Beyond Heaven secret zone in a letter passed down from my sect. It said that only one eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and that eminent celestial was Feng Qingyang. Indeed, I've read about it as well. It said that apart from one eminent celestial, the rest of the people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone were bodiless celestials. Moreover, my sect's ancestor had a conversation with a bodiless celestial from the Saint Province realm. Based on that, I learned that during that era, Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm. There's only one eminent celestial who's less than 100 years old in the entire Saint Province realm? As expected, the foundation of a small mundane realm is far inferior to a large mundane realm. Even our Skyline realm has 7 eminent celestials who are less than 100 years old. Many of them began to look down on the Saint Province realm with disdain for the Saint Province realm. Humph. However, there were still some people who snorted coldly and said, Don't forget that although there was only one eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Most of the people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm immediately shut their mouths. However, there were still a few people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm. Even so, it's just a coincidence. Don't tell me you think the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm? When these words entered the ears of everyone present, they subconsciously felt that it made sense. That purple-clad young man is most likely from one of the mundane realms we're from. However, he usually keeps a low profile, so we don't know about him. In the end, most of the people present on the scene agreed. The purple-clad young man, whose strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial, who had snatched the celestial supreme treasure, was most likely from one of the four large mundane realms. It was unlikely for him to be from a small mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, Han Shuanai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xia had arrived at the end of the path indicated by the feng shui compass. It was the location of the treasure vault that contained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gusts of wind blew past, and sand filled the sky as if covering the sun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, Lu Xia, and Lu Xia were standing in the air above a desert. Yellow sand filled the sky in the desert, obstructing their vision to a certain extent. They were unable to see through the entire desert. More importantly, they could not sense anything. Right now, they couldn't even extend their divine senses because there was an invisible force in the desert beneath their feet that was restricting their divine senses. To be more precise, it was restricting their souls. "Sword, come!" Zhang Yi cried out as he raised his hand. His saint origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a sword. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around the sword. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there were countless purple snakes coiling around the sword. Chapter 24:20. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived in my previous life, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, founded by Celestial Master Zhang Daoling, were best at using the thunder technique. Now it seems like that's the case. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Yi's saint origin condensing into a sword that was surrounded by thunder and lightning, he could not help but feel slightly moved. He could tell that Zhang Yi's saint origin was not ordinary. Zhang Yi's saint origin was of the thunder attribute, and he could easily derive the power of thunder and lightning. Looking at Zhang Yi's posture, he should be a Tao cultivator, right? In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived, the disciples of the Celestial Masters sect were basically Tao cultivators. While Duan Lingtian was pondering, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted again, "Come, lightning!" Zhang Yi shouted again, and this time a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. "I'm not going to give you a chance to escape!" Boom! Accompanying this earth-shattering sound of thunder was a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. The lightning was so thick that it was comparable to a tree trunk that would take several adults to wrap their arms around. It was so majestic that it shook the heavens and the earth. The thick lightning was not clumsy at all. When it descended from the sky, it was like a nimble dragon that flashed across the sky. Following that, it descended toward where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing. Ah! Lu Xia and Han Shuanai could not help but exclaim in unison when they saw the bolt of lightning striking down, illuminating everything in front of them as if it was daytime. "Don't worry, the lightning won't hurt us." At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and entered Han Shuanai and Lu Xia's ears. Boom! At this moment, the thick lightning bolt that descended from the sky had already arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Following that, it continued to descend toward Zhang Yi. It was like a giant beast that had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Zhang Yi whole. Bolts of lightning that were several times thicker than Zhang Yi's body whizzed down as if they were going to drown Zhang Yi at this moment. Zhang Yi calmly swung the thunder sword that he had raised above his head. Immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. When the thick lightning bolt came into contact with the lightning sword in Zhang Yi's hand, it merged with the lightning sword. The thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand was like a greedy child, devouring all the lightning that fell from the sky. After consuming the lightning, the thunder sword emitted a dazzling purple light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the lightning that was originally coiling around the sword like small purple snakes had transformed into numerous purple pythons. As they coiled around the sword, they emitted bursts of sonic booms. This method, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yi's technique. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand resonated strongly with the heaven and earth at this moment. Duan Lingtian finally realized that Zhang Yi was not an ordinary person. Zhang Yi was definitely one of the best among those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Zhang Yi's comprehension of the heaven and earth and his mastery of the thunder sword, he was not far away from attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. Lightning strike! Zhang Yi cried out when Han Xuan'ai and Lu Xiao's attention was still on the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand. Then he made his move at lightning speed. The thunder sword in his hand slashed down at the sand beneath his feet. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sound of the sword whistling was different from the sound Duan Lingtian made when he drew his sword. The sound of the sword whistling in the air when Duan Lingtian drew his sword was very pure. However, the sound of the sword whistling in the air was mixed with the sound of thunder. Boom! 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 When the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand slashed down, it shone brightly. In just a blink of an eye, 9 bolts of lightning shot out from the tip of the sword. Each of the bolts of lightning was like a purple WYRM. The 9-headed flood dragon, whose entire body was wrapped in lightning, descended from the sky, heading straight for the desert that was filled with yellow sand. When they got close to the desert, they gathered together and emitted a blinding purple light. It was like a purple sun emitting a dazzling light. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian and the others narrowed their eyes, an earth-shattering sound resonated from beneath their feet. Following that, waves of rolling airwaves shot up into the sky along with a series of shock waves. However, the waves of energy were suppressed by the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand in just a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 After the earth-shattering explosion, the desert beneath Duan Lingtian and the others' feet seemed to have become clearer in just a blink of an eye. The sand that filled the sky was blown away by the force. Even though it was a desert, a huge pit was formed. Is that an underground palace? In the huge pit, a corner of a magnificent palace could be seen. It appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! Rumble! While Duan Lingtian and the others were looking at the corner of the palace, the door of the palace slowly opened as though it was welcoming them. Young man! Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, a loud voice came from behind the door of the palace. Duan Lingtian only frowned slightly when he heard the voice. However, Han Xuan'ai and the others' expressions changed. As soon as the underground palace that was hidden under the desert appeared in front of them, another voice came from inside. It was difficult for them to remain calm when they saw this. Congratulations on entering the heaven-ranked treasure vault that I left behind. My name is Li Bai, and I'm known as Householder Qing Lian. I'm a sword celestial. The loud voice rang again, causing Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's eyes to brighten. Han Xuan'ai was pleasantly surprised as well. A heaven-ranked treasure vault? It's left behind by a sword celestial? It seems like a good place. Han Xuan'ai thought to herself. Li Bai, Householder Qing Lian, a sword celestial? Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil at this moment. He remembered. In the ancient times of his previous life, there was a poet named Li Bai, and he was known as Householder Qing Lian. According to rumors, apart from being good at writing poems, he was also an outstanding swordsman. He killed a person with every 10 steps, and he did not leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. He left with a flick of his sleeve, hiding his identity and name. This was Li Bai's poem. It was also Duan Lingtian's favorite poem in his previous life. Li Bai, is he really householder Qing Lian from the ancient times of my previous life? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If Journey to the West was just a novel, and the stories were made up of myths and legends, then Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the other characters were not from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. Duan Lingtian could understand this. However, Li Bai was a historical figure from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. He really existed in the Tang dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, even though my soul has been in the Saint Province realm for a few decades, it's only been about 1,000 years since Li Bai's time. However, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has existed for a long time. Senior Feng Qingyang came here 100,000 years ago and obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. That great overarching golden celestial was also a sword celestial. More than 1,000 years. 100,000 years. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more confused he became. Li Bai? Householder Qing Lian? A sword celestial? He can't be the famous Green Lotus sword saint from 1,000 years ago, right? Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhang Yi's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian's attention was immediately drawn to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, Green Lotus sword saint? The Green Lotus sword saint was famous in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian's guess was right. However, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had existed for a long time, right? The last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened was 100,000 years ago. Zhang Yi, you said there was a Green Lotus sword saint in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration as he said, the Green Lotus sword saint came from planet Yanhuang, the hometown of our celestial master sect. Even then, he was able to cultivate to the point where he could leave planet Yanhuang. He was a genius of that era, a true genius. It only took him less than 100 years to pass the celestial ascension tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm. He's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding genius in the past 10,000 years on the Yan Huang planet. Zhang Yi paused for a moment and took a deep breath before he said in a trembling voice, if the person who left behind this underground palace is the Green Lotus Sword Saint, it means he's a great overarching golden celestial now. After all, only a great overarching golden celestial would be able to leave behind a treasure vault and a legacy in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Zhang Yi's eyes shone brightly as he continued to say, his name is Li Bai, and his nickname is Householder Qing Lian. It must be him. He's really a genius. It only took him 1,000 years to become a great overarching golden celestial. Wait. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words, he could not help but interrupt him. Zhang Yi, as far as I know, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has existed for a long time. In fact, the last time it opened was 100,000 years ago. Householder Qing Lian, Li Bai, is from 1,000 years ago. How did he leave his mark in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone with such a long history? First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their support and tolerance. Next, I'd like to talk about the next chapter, the explosion next month, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Quanling's master, who took Hualao away and Ker's past life. Apart from that, there will also be 2 generous reader feedback events in the next few days, including but not limited to 4-digit red packets. For more details, please pay attention to my personal Weibo account. Search for FengQingyang20 or Genesis Feng Qingyang on my public account. Follow both of them and I'll push them out tomorrow morning. When the time comes, everyone can take a look. Brothers and sisters who came late can also look at the history behind. Chapter 24-21. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Li Bai was a famous poet. In his past life, Li Bai was a famous poet from 1,000 years ago. However, the beyond heaven's secret zone that he was currently in had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, it might even have existed for millions of years. It had been 100,000 years since the last time the beyond heaven's secret zone had opened. It had only been half a year since the opening of the beyond heaven's secret zone. It was impossible for Li Bai to enter the beyond heaven's secret zone. Duan Lingtian, don't you know that great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the beyond heaven's secret zone as well? Zhang Yi asked bluntly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the beyond heaven's secret zone? There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was not aware of this. In fact, before he entered the beyond heaven's secret zone, he did not even know about its existence. He only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone, left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Han Xuanai was stunned as well. Similar to Duan Lingtian, she was unaware of this as well. Lu Xia, on the other hand, remained calm. It was obvious she had known about this for a long time. The Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone is a medium for great overarching golden celestials to find their successors. The reason the space in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone is so strong that even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials can't tear it open is because it was created by great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms. Although the space here is not as strong as the space in the Devata realms, it's still not something a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms can tear it open. Zhang Yi said, Duan Lingtian had long since discovered the strength of the space in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. After all, even when he had used his strength that was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Pei Kuan-shan, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had not been able to tear a hole in space. At that time, he already knew that the space in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was extremely stable. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms might not be able to tear it apart. After all, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had the ability to tear open the space in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, the key would lose its value. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words, he only nodded and was not surprised. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials and above have very high requirements for their disciples. Even in the Devata realms, they might not be able to find a suitable disciple. That's why they set their sights on the mundane planes. Because of this, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was born. In fact, it's not just the 5 mundane realms that are connected to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Apart from the 5 mundane realms, the other mundane realms are also connected to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. You should know that there are countless mundane realms below the Devata realms. Therefore, to a certain extent, the number of Beyond Heaven's secret zones is uncountable. For example, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone we're in now only opens once every 100,000 years. Every time it opens, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear. In other words, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone every 10,000 to 100,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that there are so many Beyond Heaven's secret zones and the great overarching golden celestials in the Devata realms would not be able to find a successor at all. Zhang Yi paused for a moment to give Duan Lingtian time to digest his words. Duan Lingtian was truly shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Basically, every mundane realm has a Beyond Heaven's secret zone that's connected to it. Previously, when Hua Lao was still around, Duan Lingtian had heard Hua Lao say that there were only 10 mundane realms in the Devata realms. There were only 81 Devata realms in total. As for the mundane planes, they were innumerable. They were almost innumerable. If every mundane realm was connected to a beyond heaven's secret zone, even if several mundane realms were connected to the same beyond heaven's secret zone, there would still be countless beyond heaven's secret zones. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words earlier, he was puzzled. The beyond heaven's secret zone he was in only opened once every 100,000 years, and only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zone. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. However, when he heard that almost all mundane realms were connected to the beyond heaven's secret zone, he felt relieved. Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zone, what about 10,000 beyond heaven's secret zones? What about 100,000 beyond heaven's secret zones? Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zones. In other words, one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. If one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zones. In other words, 10 people would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. This made a lot of sense. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt relieved. For this reason, as long as they cast a wide net, they'll be able to find a successor, Zhang Yi said. Let's take a look at the beyond heaven's secret zone. Let's take the beyond heaven's secret zone as an example. It has been 100,000 years since the 5 of us from the mundane realms entered the beyond heaven's secret zone. However, great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms can enter the beyond heaven's secret zone every once in a while. For this reason, the Green Lotus Sword Saint. I should call him the Green Lotus Sword Celestial now. Although Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was a great overarching golden celestial from Yanhuang realm, it's not impossible for him to leave behind an inheritance in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left his inheritance in this underground palace? In the end, Zhang Yi could not help but squint his eyes. Don't tell me this isn't the place where Li Bai's inheritance is. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the Green Lotus Sword Celestial had left behind this underground palace, there had to be some inheritance left behind by Li Bai. However, based on Zhang Yi's words, it did not seem like Li Bai's inheritance was here. Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, Didn't you hear what Li Bai said in the underground palace? He said this is the heaven-rank treasure vault he left behind. Heaven-rank treasure vault? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Isn't the heaven-rank treasure vault where his inheritance is? You don't even know what a heaven-rank treasure vault is. Zhang Yi felt as though he was about to be defeated by Duan Lingtian's ignorance. Duan Lingtian was like a hothead in the beyond heaven's secret zone. He really could not figure out how Duan Lingtian managed to enter the beyond heaven's secret zone half a year ago. However, Zhang Yi patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. In the beyond heaven's secret zone, apart from the place where a great overarching golden celestial's inheritance is, there are 3 types of valuable places. One of them is called a human-rank treasure vault. It's one of the 2 places we've been to. Apart from the clues leading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there's nothing else in a human-rank treasure vault. Above the human-rank treasure vault is the earth-rank treasure vault. It's the place where you obtained the celestial supreme treasure. Usually, there's a celestial supreme treasure in an earth-rank treasure vault. Those who are eminent celestials and above have a chance of breaking the formation and obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. Naturally, the stronger one is, the faster one will be able to break the formation. Apart from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the heaven-ranked treasure vault is the most valuable place in the beyond heaven's secret zone. It's also the most valuable place that's worth exploring, apart from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with excitement when he spoke about the heaven-ranked treasure vault. When he heard Li Bai's words earlier, he did not even have time to think about Li Bai's identity before he became excited when he heard the words heaven-ranked treasure vault. Based on this, one could see how attractive a heaven-ranked treasure vault was. Apart from the human-ranked treasure vault and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, heaven-ranked treasure vaults exclude bodiless celestials as well? Doesn't this mean bodiless celestials can only obtain celestial supreme treasures from earth-ranked treasure vaults? The other treasures have nothing to do with them? Duan Lingtian asked. You can't say it has nothing to do with them. If they discover a heaven-ranked treasure vault or the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they'll usually wait outside and snatch the treasures from those who aren't as strong as them. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhang Yi's face when he spoke. When Zhang Yi saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, he quickly reminded him, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the bodiless celestials who enter the beyond heaven's secret zone. There are many 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among them. In fact, there might even be 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. As he spoke, the fear on Zhang Yi's face grew even more intense. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and the calmness on his face faded a lot. Are there 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when Zhang Yi mentioned 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Of course, Zhang Yi replied confidently. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhang Yi's confident reply. After all, the possibility of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials existing and the existence of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were 2 completely different concepts. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.